That work? I think that was... It was within a second of correct. Okay, now Pax, your main job is to keep reminding me to fucking split. Because I forgot half the splits the last time we did this.
Excellent.
Highborn, it's less remaking and more remade. The task is done. We're just showing it off now. Also, I'm gonna turn this into like a YouTube video so that this is watchable. So just a quick introduction. Hi, I'm Charles. Pax, introduce yourself.
And I'm Pax. I'm Charles's brother.
I think that's as far as actual
that was your
professional.
introduction.
That's all we need. It's fine. This is not like a high quality or anything. It's just I'm gonna put this up on the tubes so that people can like watch the tasks. Partly because the submission for this on task videos has been languishing in the submission queue for like 3 months now. So I will post this as a reminder that, hey, I exist. Please verify my friggin' tasks. The old splits are from the prior tasks so that we can appreciate all of the improvements that I've made. Yes, that is exactly
all
it.
Of the stick time saves.
Yeah. It's like all the best part of speedrunning Breath of Fire 2, except I don't have to do anything now, except remember to split. So the old time was high 434, and now we are looking at a low 432. So over the next 4.5 hours, we're going to save 2.5 minutes. I'm happy to answer questions about the tasks or about Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning in general. Although, the work for the TAS update was split between this past February and, like, the year before that, so I may not remember everything. We'll see how this goes. Anyway, fun fact, you can actually one-round this guy. I didn't know that before I started tasking this. I thought the best you could get was, like, you hit yourself, and then he hits you, and then you hit yourself again. Right. But, so here's a funny thing. Just a little bit of history. The Breath of Fire 2 task prior to this, the one I'm running against, is mine. But prior to that one from 2020, there was an old one from, like, 2011 or 2012 by username, I don't know, Janus? Janus?
The guy who refused to collaborate with
Yeah, so that's the thing, is early in 2020, you know, pandemic time, I was just wasting my entire life on the internet, as one does. I mean, I do that anyway, but the pandemic gave me a great excuse. And I was looking at this old Breath of Fire 2 tasks, because pandemic, speedrunning, right? And I was watching it, and I was like, this kind of sucks. For one, it was basically a glitchless task because all of the weapon glitches that Andy discovered weren't known about then. But also, there were just like blatant errors. The most obvious one is at the very end of the game when you have to find Patty and take her to the Dragon Inn gate. When you go to Cotland, you have to talk to a guard there, and he says Patty went to get lunch, and then you have to go to the restaurant, and then say Patty went to challenge the tomb again, and you go to Thieves' Tomb, and they direct you to Hometown, and you have to end up in Township. It sends you all over the place, but the moment you talk to the guard in Cotland, Patty appears in her final location in Township, and you can skip the entire goose chase and just go straight there. And whoever made the old tasks, Mr. Janus, did not know that. He did the whole thing, and it cost like 2.5 minutes. It was ridiculous. So I saw that, and you know what? I could probably do better than that. So I did. But while I was working on that, I went on... what was that task's time? I think it was a high 440 something. It was like a solid 15 minutes slower, roughly. Maybe it was 450 something. It was meaningfully slower. I went on task videos when I was nearly done, just because I needed to learn how task videos worked, so I could submit it. And I saw that that guy was working on an update to his Breath of Fire 2 task, using Andy's new weapon glitches. So I'm like, hey, sweet, a kindred spirit. So I posted on their forums, and I pinged him, and I said, hey, by the way, I've been working on this. Actually, the very first task I made was glitchless. So, like, I hadn't even I was behind him on the getting the any percent task going. I only had a glitchless one. And I said, hey, I just finished glitchless. I'm about to start working on the any percent. I see you're doing that anyway. Do you want to collaborate? And he was like, eh. And like, I never got any more of a response than that. So, I don't know. I guess we're just enemies. It's fine. But also, since I submitted my any percent task in 2020, I don't think he's posted anything on the forums, so maybe I just drove him into exile. Anyway, that's a funny backstory. But the reason I
claim was going to be tassing a game that no one else tasked, and then you tasked it.
Yeah. But the reason I brought up that whole story is the very first improvement in the run. Like, the very first place where my task is better than his old task is he doesn't get the 1-round beak. He did it in 3 hits rather than 2. Which is absurd, because to get that perfect beak fight, you only have to wait like 4 frames before entering the little scrubland. Like, the moment you start trying to optimize the beak fight, you will immediately find the perfect beak fight. It's not hard. And yet he didn't have it, which was the funniest friggin' thing. So, for context, in many RPGs, there's a reasonably sophisticated random number generator which can be manipulated in various ways. Breath of Fire 2 is not like that. Breath of Fire 2's random number generator is about the simplest and most unmanipulable thing that still counts as a random number generator. It updates every frame, and if you want to manipulate it, you wait frames. And that's it. Nothing else matters. Basically, nothing you do as the player changes the RNG. The RNG just updates every frame. If you want a different result, wait more frames. Which, on the one hand,
just vibing, my dude.
Yeah. On the one hand, that's unfortunate, because it means that sometimes if there's a really difficult thing, like you want like 3 critical hits and a dodge and a counterattack, and if you want a bunch of unlikely events all at the same time, you might not be able to find it in a reasonable amount of time. Like, if you have to wait 300 frames to find the perfect confluence of events, but the events only say 50 frames, then it's not worth it. You take a less optimal thing that requires a shorter wait. But on the other hand, I like that. As the person making the tasks, the fact that waiting is the only... Oh, shit. Shit, wrong button. Split key?
I'm sorry, I literally looked up and I was like, oh, it's about time for you to split.
It's fine. I'll fix that one. Yeah.
I forgot that the first split was at childhood and not Harpy.
Yeah, ignore that. That is a fake time loss. What was I saying? Frames. So the fact that all I can do to manipulate the RNG is wait means that this game is reasonably brute forceable in a way that some games would just not be. Like, if every button press on the controller affected the RNG, then there would be like an infinite number of possible outcomes which don't cost any time. Just like as the dialogue is scrolling, you just mash on the controller. And like the number of possibilities would just explode exponentially immediately. Which means that you could go really fast, but it would be very, very hard to optimize without just getting a computer to brute force all the possibilities. And I'm not a programmer, so I can't do that. I can only do it by hand. So the end result is a slower task, but an easier for me, the human, to optimize task. And it also means that as a human speedrunner, there is no possibility for a human RNG manip. You'd have to play frame perfectly for the entire game. That's just not possible. Which is great, because I don't want to learn RNG manips. They are really boring to me. How long did the task take you to complete? The original one was sort of like 8 months of hobby time, But a lot of that was because I was learning the game and making it from scratch. Every new task or update for Breath of Fire 2 has taken only really a couple months of hobby time. Because once you've got the first task, a lot of things don't change. Like all the dialogue sequences, walking in town, anything where there is no randomness involved, you can just copy the inputs from the old previous tasks. They won't have changed. So for this task that we're watching, I went back to the one that I published in 2020 and I just copy pasted the whole thing, and then I just went through the fights and the walks and things like that and updated those. And there were a few places where the route changed entirely and I had to redo everything, but only a few. Most of the game was not like that. And also I knew what I was doing this time, and let me tell you, that's a big help. So this fight is the optimal way to get level 2 on your guy. Hey! Paint scroll is Aaron. How's it going, Aaron? Alright, and now, Harpy fight, I am going to remember to split at the end of this boss fight, just you watch.
We're gonna do it this time.
Yeah. Have a good eat and a good watch. So here's an interesting thing that really helps with manipulating this fight. Those dialogue boxes at the top of the screen, you can cancel those after a very short wait. And because you can cancel them, rather than wait for them to expire, that means you can determine which frame the actual combat RNG is rolled on. And because each of them has a dialogue box, that means you can manipulate their attacks individually rather than having to manipulate the entire combat round all in one go. If it didn't work like that, this fight would be significantly slower. Hey Sinalti, good to see you. I'm afraid the bot's out of commission because I didn't stream for 6 months, and apparently Phantom Bot had some behind the scenes updates that I will have to do. Alright, here's me getting ready to split. Splitting. So you can see that was already faster than the previous one.
Frame perfect split.
Yeah. It's okay. The bot just hung out in a cave for 6 years one time, and he was fine. I'm sure he's okay. I'm a little annoyed at myself that I screwed up the very first split. Ugh. It's fine, it's fine. So it is actually worth going out of your way to pick this up. That's one of the only treasure chests we open in the entire run, but it is so worth it. Because it lets you just skip a fight that is otherwise horrifically slow. So here's an interesting thing. The game just calculates whether you get a fight every time you take a step. Oh no, this is pure tasks. My hands are off the keyboard. This work was... I started remaking the old tasks in early 2023, and when I moved to Nova Scotia at the end of 2023, I was about half done, and then in the middle of February in Cape Breton, we had a 6.5 foot snowfall one weekend. And the entire city... Yeah, the entire city was just buried in snow for a week, and you literally couldn't get outside. So I just sat at home and finished this thing.
You say that as if you would have gone outside anyway.
Okay, yeah, but like, I was employed. Like, work was cancelled. This fight is always fun to do in the tasks because you're trying to get the maximum possible number of counterattacks. And you also want to get just enough damage on your dudes that you can finish beating up the big roach with almost no HP left so that you can efficiently death warp afterward. Most of the time, you actually prefer not to get hit. Not for health reasons, it's a task. We're not going to die unless we want to. But dodging an attack is faster than getting hit. It's just a quicker animation. So you'll see me not get hit very often. If I am getting hit, The reasons are: 1, I want to counterattack; 2, I want to set up a death warp; or 3, I want a rare event, and I couldn't find a frame that gave me that event, and also the dodge, so I just got hit so I could get the event. Because the dodge saves like 20 frames, so it's good, but not mandatory.
And what's beautiful about this being a TAS is that you don't get any PAX luck.
Yeah, that boss has a 50% chance of just, oh, son of a split. We're not very good at this. Oh, it's fine. I'll fix them afterward.
What you're getting here, folks, is some real quality entertainment.
I know, right? I mean, like, I can focus on the split so I can answer questions, but not both. I have a small brain.
And I was instructed to be the split reminder, but the problem is I'm only half watching the stream.
Yeah.
Because I'm painting.
The only penalty for a death warp in Breath of Fire 2 is you lose half of the money in your wallet. And that is an efficient death warp. The next split is the Suicide Walk to Corsair. There's no real reason for that to be a split in the TAS, because it's a TAS. You can't get unlucky. An emulator probably could be hooked into the split, but that also probably requires knowing what you're doing, and as we have established, I don't know what I'm doing. It's fine. It's just there for entertainment value. And to be fair, me forgetting to split is probably as entertaining as me splitting correctly. So there we go. It's all good. What was I saying? Oh yeah, walking in dungeons and on the overworld map. When you take a step, the game calculates whether you get an encounter or not. And it periodically updates the probability that you get an encounter. So your first 4 steps, I think, you cannot get an encounter, and then the next 8 or so have a low chance of encounter, and then every small group of steps, the chance of getting an encounter goes up, until you hit the maximum encounter rate, which is always 100%. So wherever you're walking, there's always a maximum distance you can walk, and then you're forced into a fight. The interesting things about that are twofold. One is that both the encounter rate, the speed at which it updates, and the maximum distance, those all depend on location. If they're in a low encounter rate, like the overworld map, it's 64, but in high encounter areas, I think there's a zone where it's 56 and a zone where it's 48 in very high encounter areas like the final dungeon. The really cool thing is that you can use the smoke item to reduce the encounter rate. And not only does that reduce your odds of getting an encounter on a particular step, but if you're in one of the high encounter areas, it also increases the maximum distance before you get into the forced encounter. So there are a few dungeon rooms where there's a high encounter rate, so the maximum number of steps is either 56 or 48, and there's just a couple more steps than that before the next screen transition, which resets all of the step counters. So instead of having to get into a fight and run halfway through the room, we can use a smoke to just get those extra few steps at the end and do the room in one go. That was discovered by Nitrodon in 2021, I think? 2021? So that was not present in the previous task. That's one of my little time saves. But it also means that in long walks, like ones on the overworld, you will see me occasionally get into an encounter and immediately run away, and that's just because I got no choice. If I have to walk 150 steps and the maximum encounter distance is 64, I just have to take 2 fights. There's no way around it. There are a couple of dungeons where you can just quickly duck into a side door, like you're walking from one end of a long room to the other, but partway through there's a side door. You can just step into the side door and immediately back out to reset the step count as well. And that's faster than an encounter because you don't have to load through all of the combat stuff. This is making me really looking forward to speedrunning the game again. I'm not gonna absolutely promise, but I will make a sincere dedication here that we will have Catterdays again. Not this week, because Saturday, actually, me and the fam are visiting PAX. So I'm not streaming tomorrow. This is my Saturday stream for this week. By the way, it's Pax's birthday! Happy birthday, Pax.
It's my birthday.
What does split mean?
You should
Yeah.
be really flattered that I'm spending it with you.
Yep. In long speedruns, you can see in the middle of the screen here, I have the timer going, and above it, those are just breakpoints in the run, little milestones. It's mostly for the benefit of the viewers, so that the people watching can see how far ahead or behind the time you're competing against are. So the previous split was the Roach split, which ends when you beat the Roach boss. And this current split is jokingly called Reset, because we reset here a lot. A lot of runs die in this split. TAS Brave Man when? Okay, Northrex, thank you for bringing that up. I get that question a lot. Like, shockingly a lot. I am surprised at the number of people who even know about Brave Man who bring it up. Hey, iBlank, good to see you. And the answer is, a TAS Brave Man would not be as fun as you think it would be. The thing that makes Brave Men interesting... On fire, Ten Charles, good to see you. The thing that makes Brave Men interesting is the runner's suffering. And in a TAS, there is no suffering. And the things that are unique to Brave Man that separate it from a regular glitchless or any percent speedrun. Like, there are strats in Brave Man that do not appear in glitchless or any percent. But they all fall into one of three categories. They're already in the glitchless TAS, they're already in the any percent TAS, or they wouldn't appear in a Brave Man TAS because a TAS wouldn't need them. So, for example, Brave Man stipulates no bleu. But the glitchless TAS already doesn't get bleu because you just don't need her. It takes 90 seconds to get her, and she isn't worth 90 seconds of stuff. So it's not that interesting. And the Brave Man TAS bans dragons, but the any percent TAS that we're watching now barely uses dragons as it is. So like, it's not that interesting. And the Brave Man TAS mandates that you solo fight Baruberry at the end of the game, but the TAS does that anyway because it's faster than fighting it with your whole party. So like, the Brave Man TAS wouldn't actually do anything. The only notable thing I can think of that exists in... Oh, by the way, glitch. Also, forgot the reset split. Excellent. The only thing that's notable about the Brave Man route that just does not appear in any of the other TASes is the fishing that you use to get the pan pizza. But you get the pan pizza so that you can win the 1v1 fight against Baruberry, and a TAS wouldn't need the pizza for that. It just win anyway because it's a TAS. So like, a Brave Man TAS would actually just be like an amalgamation of the any percent TAS and the glitchless TAS, which both already exist, and therefore it's not worth 2 months of my life to make it. I'm really sorry. Nelson, good to see you. Sorry, I was monologuing. I did see you when you came in, but I had already interrupted that explanation twice to say hi to other people. Okay, so, for the benefit of the people who just got here, all 3 of the 4 split times currently on the screen are fake. I am not splitting very accurately because I'm talking too much.
We are not on top of this.
It's fine. That little time warp I did outside is technically faster. because after we fight the boss here, we're going to death warp back to town, and in town we need it to be night, and time warping outside is slightly faster than talking to the pub and saying you want to wait until nighttime. This is the unavoidable fight because we have a walk that's too long, so we just see him and run away. Interesting little TAS optimization. In Breath of Fire 2, you can get a lead-off attack, which means you get a free round of combat at the start of the fight, and if you run, then you run away guaranteed. Whereas if you don't have a lead-off attack, then you have to roll the run chance, and the run chance isn't very good. So if you're just human speedrunning, you want lead-off attacks, so you can run away more easily. But in a TAS, you don't want lead-off attacks, because the actual lead-off attack text takes frames that you don't need, because you can just manipulate a successful run. Here's another fun fact. I'm going to get hit, and I'm going to counterattack. Because my first attack was a crit, that counterattack has to be a crit. Once you have crit once, then every physical hit for the rest of the round from that character is always a crit. And that's a win, so I am successfully splitting on time. We saved a little time. I think the time save here was just a slightly more optimal Baba fight than I had in the previous TAS, just because I was better at TASing. And that was a very efficient death warp. So getting hit by Baba helps with 3 things. 1, you want the counterattack. 2, it would be hard to manipulate a dodge and a crit on every turn anyway, and 3, you want to set up a death warp. So that is one of the boss fights where you are actually completely happy to get hit. I think I finally caught up on the backlog of all of the TAS-related things I wanted to explain. Alright! I guess another thing I can explain is this TAS is already outdated! I love it!
What is the optimization that...
Alright, so first of all, the Director of Human Resources, the true protagonist of the run. I love this guy. So he does the education hobby talent thing, which means I can use that dialogue box to manipulate my my attacks. Interestingly, he just alternates the frames. I think it's if you hit him on an even frame, like if you get his attack on an even frame, he'll do the dab, and if you do it on an odd frame, you'll get the flex. And the dab is faster, but only by a hair, and what you actually care about is getting a dodge and a counter. So you generally don't get to pick the dabs. But if you do get the choice, the dab is better than the flex. And that's my favorite sentence.
Human Resources was out here dabbing like 30 years before it was cool.
Right? I feel like that should just be like the summary when I upload this to YouTube, is you'd rather a dab than a flex, but a flex is okay too. That explains everything you need to know about what you're about to watch. Okay, so here's the optimization. If you've played Breath of Fire 2 before and looked at your party status screen, you know that one of your character's stats is conned for condition. And you can have, like, poor, okay, good, great, I think? Yeah, great is the highest. Or if you're cursed, you can have ill. And it is not clear what that does, is it?
Nope, I don't think I've ever known.
Right? You have basically no control over it as a player, and it's not clear what it does, so you just ignore it. So it actually affects your crit rate. And it actually meaningfully affects your crit rate. Having a great condition will get you significantly more crits. I think it's 50% more crits than a good condition will. So it's actually pretty good. Especially in a TAS where all our late game boss strategies are just crit him in the face with physical attacks because they animate faster. Yo, Serb, good to see you. So, getting a good condition is actually really helpful. Here's the thing. There's a timer in the game. It runs... Basically, it runs in places where you can get encounters. So it doesn't run in combat, it doesn't run in town. When you're on the overworld or in a dungeon, and in some cutscenes, it runs. And approximately every 15 minutes, it will update things. And one of the things it updates is your party's condition. Another of the things it updates is a value that contributes to your run chances. Also, catfight, I'm gonna split. Watch me split here. Also, yet another early game boss with dialogue boxes. It's very helpful. After this fight, I think, the string of bosses... Oh no, the next one. August has them too. There's a string of fights all in the early game that all have dialogue boxes, which really helps the manipulation. As you can see, this is very efficient. In theory, it is faster for her to attack, miss, and then us get a crit, but that's pretty rare, so the failed taunt is almost as good. Alright, back to talking about conditions. Every 15 minutes-ish, that timer will update a value that affects your run chances, and also will update the conditions for everyone in the active party. And those things are affected partly by just a base value for each character. So each character has their own track of values that it cycles around. And it's affected by your party's average luck stat, and it's affected by a random roll. So, two things matter there. First of all, conditions of people who are not in the active party don't update. This is relevant for actual human speedrunning, because the character's condition is one of the things that affects the item you get when you're doing the weapon glitch. And if you have a particular condition value, that's what causes the mirror soft block. So if you get the bad condition value on Cat, and then you see the mirror when you try and do her weapon glitch in Corsair, you can't just wait until a later shop to just put Cat back in the reserve party and then do it at a later shop, because while Cat's in the reserve party, her condition won't update. You're just stuck with the bad condition value. So you just have to give up on getting Cat's glitched weapon if that happens. But for the TAS, why that's important is when you hit those timer thresholds and the party's conditions update, you can manipulate that. Like, let's say I'm walking on a particular screen, and I get a condition update. I can just, wait a little bit before I enter that screen, or do something else at that point in time to just cause that update to happen. Like, the previous fight, if I wait an extra couple of frames before I finish the fight, then the timer will update a couple frames later, and it will update with a different RNG value. So you can do that. You can manipulate your character's condition values. Which means you can force your characters to get the best conditions possible at any given point in time, based on their internal tracks and stuff. Which means you can force your characters to have their best possible crit rates. And I have not done that in this task. I just took whatever I got, because I think the stuff about the condition update timers was known, but it had not occurred to me to use it. So I can now go back through this task and set up a RAM watch. So as I'm working through the task, I could actually have a value up in the corner of the screen showing me that timer. And when it is getting to the rollover point where it's going to update my party's conditions, I can then open a bunch of RAM watches to look at the condition values for each of my characters and test and see okay, what values are possible first, and then how much of a wait do I need to force particular ones. And like different points in the game, different characters matter most. So, for example, in the final fight against Death Evan, it's Ryu's condition and Cat's condition, because they're the ones doing the attacking. So I can do that, and I could force better condition values, which will give me better crit rates, which means that when I'm trying to manipulate in combat to like get everybody to crit, I will have to wait on average fewer frames to get those results, and it will save time. It will save a little bit of time, and it will take a lot of work to implement that in the run. So I may not do it until I found other time saves as well, because it will probably be like 10 to 20 seconds over the course of the entire run, which is not worth another 2 months of effort. But if I discover other improvements, then I'll include that in the next one. Also, I split correctly. 3 splits in a row. Be proud of me.
You're killing him.
I know, right? Hey, Kyon. Good to see you. Is there anything interesting task-related going on at the moment? I don't think so. Oh, I do notice we're dropping some frames. I hope the stream quality is watchable and at least the audio is fine.
The stream quality seems to be fine.
Okay.
Don't know about the audio. Someone in chat will have to confirm that one, but...
If the video is fine, then the audio is almost always fine too. That is kind of annoying. The old task showcase also had stuttery video. I was kind of hoping that this one would have good video, but oh well. Friggin' Canadian internet. I know, right, Nelson? Never fails. At least the internet's good enough for me to play Teamfight Tactics. It could be worse. So, Pax, when are you gonna stream?
It's a good question.
Do you have a good answer?
Not particularly, but I appear to have a bit of free time at the moment.
You
so.
do. You know what you could do? You could learn Turtle Bop.
That's true, I could. I could also learn my own friggin' speedrun.
You could, but your game is a lot longer. The Turtle Bop run is only like an hour and a half.
That's true.
If I'm remembering right, I think I save a meaningful amount of time in this fight over the old tasks just with better encounter manipulation. Like, I think I just found a better sequence, and so I won the fight in fewer turns. Oh, that's right! I get the crit counter crit. That's what it was. Yeah, good. Look at that. Isn't that efficient? Good lord. Yeah, I couldn't remember what I got, but I remembered that I did something that was better than the old one. We need Pax to improve his roach get-up count, and by improve, you mean get one that was even worse! What did you have, like 12?
I think it was 12. Yeah.
That's remarkable.
Or like he got up 11 times and I killed him on the 12th.
Yeah.
Or like something absolutely unhinged like that.
11 get-ups is 1 in 2096.
Thanks.
just figured you'd appreciate knowing the math on that one.
I don't.
So while we're waiting for this dialogue, by the way, is it 4096? 256 is power of 8, 512 is power of 9, 1024 is power of 10. No, yeah, it's 2048. 4096 would be 1 in 2 to the 12. Pack set 11 get-ups. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, so on the Breath of Fire speedrunning Discord, we recently had a discussion about changing the rules to allow for turbo controllers.
Yeah, how did that end up shaking out?
Well, the Breath of Fire 1 crew, I think, has basically sorted out their rule set. Also, this is why we picked up the Fire Rock earlier. This fight would take years doing it the proper way. Oh, that's okay, Nelson. I confused myself. And, like, the Breath of Fire 2 channel is very dead at the moment. It's me, Andy, and occasionally Shogun, with a couple people chiming in who don't run the game. And Andy and Shogun are both kind of like they don't love it, but also they don't hate it enough to say absolutely no. And I would like it, because first of all, my hands wouldn't hurt after a speedrun, and second of all, I'm going to remember to split here, and third of all, doing the shopping glitch on a keyboard is absolutely miserable. And of the three of us, I think I'm the only one who runs on keyboard. And with a turbo, you can do the shopping glitch almost as fast as MCON does it on controller. So it's not even really that it saves me time, it's just I wouldn't lose 2 minutes to MCON at the beginning of every any % run, which would be nice. But the Breath of Fire 1 crew has settled on allowing turbo, and I am both for my own benefit in favor of having it for Breath of Fire 2, but also just to maybe tempt some more people into running the game. Because, like, it's a long speedrun. There's a reason not very many people speedrun our game, and I think if Turbo were allowed, there were... Who was it? It was either Shawnee or iBlink. I forget who. One of our relatively recent Breath of Fire 1 people said that they would be significantly more interested in trying out BOF 2 if Turbo's allowed. And, like, even if it didn't help me personally, I would be all in favor for that reason alone. Anything that makes Breath of Fire 2 more approachable to new runners is good in my book. So, I am proposing that we just update the Breath of Fire 2 Turbo rules to match the Breath of Fire 1 Turbo rules. Partly just for community consistency. And I proposed that a couple of weeks ago, and then I bumped the thread last week, and nobody has outright objected. Like, Andy and Shogun voiced some hesitancy, and then it was discussed, and, like, if it happens, then yeah, they're okay with it. And nobody has outright objected. And I am the lone moderator for Breath of Fire 2 on speedruns.com. So, given that it's been 2 weeks with no objections, I think probably after this I'm just going to do it. And then I will be significantly more interested in running any %. But I'm also going to have to relearn some muscle memory to turbo through dialogue rather than mash through it. It doesn't really save much time. Like, you can turbo through dialogue, and it will save a few frames, but the way Breath of Fire 2 dialogue works, you can hold B and just rotate the D-pad, and, like, if you don't get the frame-perfect text advanced, you lose, like, maximum 2 frames. So being able to turbo through dialogue is not a big deal. I mean, like, it's a big deal on your hands, but it's not a big deal as a time save. And then other than the shopping glitch, I'm not aware of any other place in the game where turbo helps you. So it just, like, it evens out the controller difference between controller and keyboard, and it makes the shopping glitch a lot more beginner friendly. Like, you can get MCON level good, but it's a lot easier with turbo. But if you are MCON level good, turbo isn't faster. I tested that. I could not get a turbo glitch faster than MCON does it on controller. So it's a playfield leveler. And even if I'm wrong, even if glitching with turbo does end up being faster, it's faster by a few seconds. And you do that once at the beginning of the game. And otherwise, you save a couple of frames here and there on text boxes sometimes. It's truly not a big deal. Like, allowing turbo, absolute maximum. Absolute maximum. Even if I'm wrong on every point, and there's something that I haven't thought of, maybe you save a minute. I expect it's more like 20 seconds, but just for sake of argument, let's say it's a minute. If you add it or subtract a minute to every time on the leaderboard, the rankings don't change, so it makes no difference. It really, truly is not critical. And it will make the game significantly more welcoming to people's hands.
And also, realistically, like, yeah, someone using turbo versus someone not using turbo might be the ever so slightest of time differences. But also, if everyone is welcome to use turbo,
yes,
then the time save kind of just comes out in the wash, and, you know, overall, the entire community's times will be slightly better.
Yeah.
And the entire community's, chance of carpal tunnel will go down.
Yep.
So, yes, I definitely see allowing. Like, it just kind of makes sense. This is not the kind of game or speedrun that is...
No, exactly.
Using turbo.
Like, if it materially changes how you play the game, like strategies are different or things are possible that aren't otherwise possible, then it makes much more sense to have it as separate categories. But the route doesn't change. Nothing is different. It's just more comfortable and very slightly faster. And, like, both of those things are good. So what I'm going to do, unless there's a very last-minute objection by Andy or Shogun, is update the rules on the leaderboard and set a flag on submissions. So currently, like, when you submit the run, you flag whether you're running on console or emulator. And I'm just going to add another flag for whether you're turbo or not. So that if people truly do care, that it's still there. It's recorded. But I suspect that nobody will care, because it's the same dang run. Anyway, we have a monkey. I haven't really been talking about the TAS, because there hasn't really been much going on. We just walk from the Joker fight over to the Terrapin fight, and not much happens. We're going to have to take...
We've been talking about the speed run in a more general sense.
Yeah. Community events. But if there's anyone in chat who has been interested in speedrunning Breath of Fire 2, but just hasn't because they don't want to murder their hands, and because an 8-hour speedrun is intimidating, then I invite you to learn Terrapin Percent, our partial game category, which takes about an hour and a half, in which turbo will not be allowed. So it's hand-friendly and it's time-friendly. I'm talking directly to you, Pax.
Yeah, I know. I know you are.
Alright. So, by the way, glitched weapons. I guess I didn't really mention it when Nina was bopping the Joker, but we have glitched weapons now. The reason we didn't have them before is you can only put a glitched weapon on someone who is in the reserve party. You cannot put a glitched weapon directly on somebody who is currently in the party, and the glitch is what you see me doing when I'm in the weapon shop that makes the screen look all funky. When I do that, I'm glitching out the character's weapon data who is in the reserve party and making their weapon data something that it's not supposed to be able to be. So their weapon data is currently filled in with the Moondrop items data. And so values that are meant to describe properties of a consumable item are being used to describe... oh, by the way, enjoy this. This is very funny because that blue thing, the Creon, is supposed to fight you. But I was manipulating it so we were never actually on adjacent tiles.
Oh my god. Dude,
right?
Pure tasked Creon skip.
Yeah. Alright, so normally, like, playing casually or even in a speedrun, this boss is miserable because he does a lot of damage and you don't have any full party heals. Oh. Well, goodbye, A. It was nice knowing you. But in the task, we're gonna make this guy look like a schmuck. So his mind control attack there, we're using that to help set up our death warp after this fight. It's actually really handy that he does that. If he just had a regular attack and no mind control, then we'd have a significantly harder time setting up this death warp, and look at me, remembering yet another split. Alright. Every split on screen is now accurate.
Crushing it on those splits.
Nelson, yes, that's on purpose. When I was writing them, I considered including explanation of, like, where things are and, like, all of the game knowledge that someone may not have. The thing is, that document is already, like, 80 pages long, and I think it would be worse if I included that. So, I mean, one thing is that general advice for speedrunning is to, like, play the game first before you start trying to learn the speedrun. But also, like, a lot of stuff, it would fill up space with junk. Like, describing which treasure chest in a room has the thing you need to get for every treasure chest for the entire run would add not that much value and would increase the length substantially. So I decided not to. And my recommendation is that, one, like, if somebody wants to learn the full glitchless speedrun, say, one, play the game through normally so you learn the basics, and then two, when you're doing your first handful of practice runs, like, have a printed copy of the notes or something. By the way, appreciate maximally efficient death warp. Have a printed copy of the notes, and the stuff that is not there that you need, add those yourself, and then eventually compile your own set of notes.
Yeah, so, like, what I do for Treasure of the Rudras when I'm actually working on my notes for that is if there's ever, because, like, I'm not 100% familiar with that game, so what I'm often doing is I'll have, like, my speedrun notes and then, like, an actual, like, walkthrough, like a more casual walkthrough of the game. And if there's ever any points where my speedrun notes don't, or, like, where, like, my notes require me to, like, get thing X and it's not immediately obvious if there's, like, multiple treasure chests or something, and I'm just like, grab the chest with this thing in it, but it's unclear which one it's supposed to be, I'll just, like, I'll that's the point at which I'll add a quick little, like, grab left chest for blah. and pepper those kinds of things throughout the notes, and not bother with directions where it's more obvious, because
Yeah.
it's that kind of thing can still be just relegated to like a regular walkthrough of the game.
Yeah, so the issue is that like every individual person will know some things and will need reminders for other things. And if I include all the possible necessary reminders, then any individual person using them is and any one person won't need it all. Yeah. So Nelson is correct. Those notes by themselves are not sufficient to learn the run from scratch. My answer is they're not meant to be. Supplement them with a walkthrough, and preferably your own annotations. But thank you for the feedback. I appreciate the engagement. A tiny, tiny little hilarious optimization that I just did, and by just I mean like 30 seconds ago, is when you have to choose someone to teach Cure 2 to from Ray and Township. Pax, did you catch who I taught it to?
I didn't. I wasn't looking.
I taught it to Rand. Do you know why?
Why?
Okay, well, I will tell you this. In the previous TAS, I taught it to Ryu, because Ryu is just, like, the auto-selection. Like, when the dialogue box pops up, the first selection it's on is Ryu. And so, like, I just picked out, because it doesn't matter. I'm never going to use Cure 2. And...
Okay. Can I guess why it's a hilarious optimization? Does it shift something in your spell menu to a more optimal position?
Yeah, that's it. If you teach Cure 2 to Ryu, then all the dragon spells are one further down in your spell menu when you learn them. And then every time I want to go and cast a dragon spell, it's one extra input to go down another line. So, every time I cast a dragon now, I'm going to save 1 frame. Is that not incredible?
Hey, saving those frames is what we're here for.
I adore this little cutscene. The animation on this roof just blasting straight up off the top of the house is just comical. Nelson, yeah, so that stuff I was working on including, not in the main notes document, but in an appendix afterward, because like there is so many possible random encounters. You can't include all that information in the main body of the notes. But I was working on filling out like a bestiary for every possible encounter that you might get in the run, and for every situation in which you might encounter it, what is the best way to deal with it. I'm not done that yet. I think I'm up to Windia or something. It's slow going because there's a lot of encounters, but I was working on that. One of these days I'll get back to it. I do not have notes for GBA, but GBA is almost identical to Glitchless, just with more safety. There's no need for an entire second route. This is a tricky death warp, because you have to be at full health here, and the enemies are too low level to be able to help you, so you have to manipulate that all on your own. And yet another frame-perfect split. Most of that time save was just a better death warp than last time. The previous TAS had a really bad death warp there, which I think was not because I couldn't find a good one, it's just because I was bad at TASing, and now I'm less bad at TASing. Oh, yeah, no. Not just a colorful group of guys, but a colorful group of anthropomorphic guys. So many of my JRPG preferences are informed by the fact that this is the first JRPG I played, like, in my life. How about you, Pax?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You just like yourself a good, colorful group of anthropomorphic guys?
Yeah, they're all just a bunch
Oh,
of
watch
pals.
this rend roll. This is... I could do this in my own speedruns, but I am not brave enough. That rend roll over the top of the lake is tight.
You got monkey people, you got frog people, you got armadillo people. That's an obscure one that you don't get a lot. Like, name another game.
You've got salad
not
people.
In the Fire series.
Oh, look at this.
That is armadillo people.
If you saw that pause there, that was me waiting a long time to manipulate exactly this fight. Medicate drop. It was worth actually waiting. I think I waited a good, like, 2.5 seconds there to manipulate the Medicate drop, but that is a one-time only use of the attack up spell, which will be needed at the very end of the game. Like, a long time from now.
That's not going to pay off right away.
No,
but
but
it's going to be worth it.
It's going to pay off in a big way. And now we get to... Man, this dungeon is so miserable as a human speedrunner. Especially in glitchless. Like, how many of my glitchless runs just lose 10 minutes here?
Lots.
Oh, is it the room coming up? Yeah, it's the room after this one. This is the first place, I think, where the fact that smokes push out the... Or am I remembering wrong? No, I'm remembering right. Here's the smoke. And I also took the opportunity to shuffle the party order. But this room is exactly the right size that with the default encounter rate, you are forced into an encounter 3 steps from the stairs, but with a smoke running, you can get to the stairs. Aw, Aaron, thank you so much. I mean, I'm a teacher. I literally talk for a living, so I should be good at it, but I still appreciate that.
Yeah, he really likes the sound of his own voice.
I truly do. Thanks, Pax. Alright, here's another split that I am gonna make an effort to not screw up. Well, thank you. Okay, so this is sort of a side tangent, but like sometimes if I am complimented for something and it's something that I cannot take any credit for at all, then it's like somebody compliments me on my hair or something. Like, thanks, I did literally nothing. I just didn't cut it. This took no effort. So it feels kind of weird. But being well-spoken and funny is something that took a great deal of effort, and Pax, who knew me as a teenager, can speak for that. I was not always funny and engaging and well-spoken. I was kind of a dick. And it took several years of concerted effort to actually become, friendly and funny and, the kind of person that you would actually happily be in the same room as. So I will take credit for that one.
Yeah. Now he's slightly less of a dick.
Slightly. A little bit. Oh, I had completely forgotten about this optimization. So because of the way these little tiles line up, it is actually faster to go to the one on the left, even though it's a longer walk. I had completely forgotten that. And yet another hair-raising rant roll over the top of the lake. I'm still not going to try that live. Yo, PETA, good to see you. I would love to be the pretty witch pet. And also, thank you for calling me pretty. There has been a long-running joke in our stream that there should exist a mod of Breath of Fire 2 where Jean is just replaced by Nimifu. Like, Nimifu should be a playable character, right? She's so cool. Why would you not want the Tsundere Witch in your party? Like, it's just Morrigan from Dragon Age. Everybody loves Morrigan from Dragon Age. Sinalti, I'm afraid the bot continues to be non-functional. We have achieved Frog. Anyone who has FFZ installed should be able to Kajan Frog in the chat, or is it Kajan Ribbit? My FFZ emotes should still be working.
It's Kajan Ribbit.
There we go. I actually have an entire suite of Breath of Fire 2 emotes. Please spam the hell out of them. I made them all in MS Paint. I'm very proud of them.
Yeah, they're pretty great.
He's still a frog. Oh, Aaron, are you not familiar with Breath of Fire 2? Okay. I humbly request, I'm gonna cash in my valued community member points for the Espertina channel that you and Melody should play this game on stream. You would love it.
Yeah, it's a real great gag that the prince has been turned into a frog, and when you cure him, he is in fact still a frog.
The prince of the frog people.
That gag. He is the prince of the frog people.
Right? It's so good. Nope, all the Breath of Fire games are basically distinct from one another. They share a theming, but they do not share plot.
Yeah, it's like... I'm trying to think of what a good...
Like the Final Fantasies.
It's not quite like the Final Fantasies, because they are technically all in the same world.
Okay,
there are
like...
recognizable
technically,
characters.
Yeah, but like it's very similar to Final Fantasy.
The stories are self-contained for the most part. There are some very broad, overarching strokes, but that's about it.
Have I ever played with the debug menu? I don't think so. Oh, also, Paint Scroll. Aaron, do you want to just drop a link to the Espertina channel in chat so that I can invite everybody here to follow Espertina so that they can watch you play cool games? If that is unclear to anybody else, the Espertina channel is shared by Aaron and Melanie, two friends. And I think Paint Scroll is Aaron's art channel. But they stream regularly 1 or 2 days a week, and they are just the best people. They're my favorite. Recently, Aaron was playing Hades, and what was Mel playing? Mel was playing a mod for the old Super Nintendo Arcana game, Seal of Rimsala, I think. Actually made by a community member. There we go, there's the link. Everybody follow that channel, and also Paint Scroll if you like. I hang out in those chats every single chance I get. They are the best vibes. Also, we can't swim. There's stuff going on in the game. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to the plot. I know Aaron is now making a dedicated effort to not pay attention to the plot so that they can enjoy it themselves. That's fine. But there's a lot of talking here, so there isn't much.
This is a task showcase, not a plot showcase.
Yeah, exactly. There is not much for me to say about the task. We are just mashing through dialogue. I forget, do I do shopping right now, or after I get Rand back in the party? Oh, maybe I do both. I think I do a glitch now to get Rand's weapon, and then I think I do one again afterward to get Cat's, if I'm remembering right. Yep, okay, so here's the glitch. Oh, this is where I glitch my money! That's right, that's right. So that was the infinite money glitch. You can see why doing that with your hands on a keyboard would be miserable. You're gonna do a 48-hour stream with your friend? I sincerely hope that you mean you're gonna take turns, not be awake for 48 hours straight. But that sounds really fun. An animation stream. I am looking forward to that. Upcoming jailer fight. Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. I am going to explain, and I'm going to try to not get so distracted by the explanation that I forget to split. Actually, you know what? This fight is so short, I'll just explain after the fight. It's fine, it's fine. It's not critical. Do I dragon here? Or is this one of the fights? Yeah, this is one of the few fights where dragon is actually faster. Shoom. Alright, what was I saying? There's really only one glitch that's responsible for all of the stuff that we do in the speedrun. So, the shopping glitch is when you are in the switch menu, which simultaneously sells a piece of equipment that one of your characters is wearing and replaces it with something from the shop. In that menu, if you select something to get to the, like, would you like to sell, yes, no prompt, and then cancel out of that within a single frame, so like you press A and then B on 2 consecutive frames, it glitches out the shop. And when you're in that glitch state, if you can do several things with that. First of all, if you repeat that process, it keeps trying to sell the thing you're wearing for something, not the thing in the shop, but just a random value selected from memory somewhere, determined by a character's condition stat of all things. And it interprets that value as equipment data and tries to switch for whatever equipment corresponds to that value. Because you don't actually confirm the switch, you don't change the equipment, but it does give you the money from what that sale would have been. So you can just keep repeating that process. You have to get it in a state where the equipment piece corresponding to the condition stat for the character is something that costs a lot of money, so that as you do the glitch you get a lot of money per instance, so it doesn't take a long ass time. And when you're in that state, if you confirm that switch, you can get it to do one of 2 things depending on what your cursor is over in the inventory menu. If it's over another piece of equipment that's wearable, you can actually duplicate that piece of equipment. Or Instead, if it's over an accessory, which can't be equipped in that way, that is how you produce the glitched weapons. So, like, it's one glitch that gets our infinite money, and our equipment duplication, and our glitched weapons. And it's all the same glitch. It's really cool. I forget who was responsible for the original discovery. This goes back long before Pax and I started speedrunning Breath of Fire 2. But the fact that that infinite money glitch can also be used to produce the glitched weapons was discovered by Andy in 2018. It's just really neat. I love how the Breath of Fire 2 Any % category plays with those glitches. Like, they're glitched enough to be cool and make the run interesting, but they don't just break the game in half. You still have to play the game. So, I just love Breath of Fire 2 as a speedrun. There's no RNG manip, the glitches are cool, the run is cool, the game's cool, the music is cool, the art's cool. Actually, for my money, I think Breath of Fire 2 has the best art of any Super Nintendo game.
It's like Breath of Fire 3 in that regard, where Breath of Fire 3 is just like a nice, really crisp,
yeah,
2D art style rather than a very uncrisp 3D art style. Breath of Fire 2 is a very crisp pixel art game.
Ah, I got him to defend. So here's a cool thing, as I remember to split. Yeah. Almost every enemy in the game, not quite all of them, but most enemies have either a 1 in 64 or a 1 in 256 chance to defend on every turn. And the defend animation is super duper fast. So, in theory, if I could just control everything without having to wait frames to manip the RNG, I would have the bosses defending a lot. But because it's such a low chance, most of the time, it's not worth it. Like, you would spend way more time manipulating it than it would actually save. But it is technically optimal when it's available, most of the time. Also, yeah, we just jumped down a toilet. Shockingly, that is not the last time we will do that.
It's a pretty regular occurrence around here.
Yeah. Oh, our internet seems to have leveled out. We haven't dropped any frames in the last little while. That's good. You know, not only is the toilet that not the last time we will jump into a toilet, but honestly, the toilets are not the most unpleasant things we ever get ourselves into. It's a weird game. Oh yeah, Nelson operates on EU time. That is a little tragic. Still, worth a follow. You never know. There could be some early streams sometimes. Or maybe Nelson will just be awake at 3 AM sometimes. It's probably a good thing that we're not really paying attention to the plot. Because if I had to explain what is going on, I don't know that I'd be able to.
Yeah, this segment is pretty absurd. There's real princes and fake princes, and a Hell's Kitchen style cook-off, and
just put the entire adventure on hold while we get embroiled in the internal politics of a foreign nation, as you do. But very soon we'll actually get to fight things again, and I can talk about the TAS some more.
So, what games have you been playing lately?
I got home to my desktop computer and immediately sunk into like a 20-hour Baldur's Gate 3 marathon.
Classic.
Look, I couldn't play it for 6 months. I was starved. I needed my Blorbos. But also, I was right near the end of an honor mode run. Oh, I am still addicted to Poke Rogue. It's just currently the Poke Rogue addiction is being overridden by the Baldur's Gate 3 addiction. But no, my slash played on Poke Rogue is embarrassing. If anybody hasn't checked out Poke Rogue yet, highly recommend. A lot of fun. I think
now,
I am...
When you say embarrassing, are we talking embarrassingly high or embarrassingly low?
Like, I started playing Poke Rogue a month and a half ago, and I think my slash played is at 14 days.
I don't know how you literally spend 50% of the time.
Look, it's not important, okay?
Weren't you teaching? Weren't you working?
I mean, my teaching job ended on the 6th.
And then you apparently did nothing
but play Poke Rogue for a week and a half, yeah, basically.
No sleep, only Poke Rogue.
I have also done a full playthrough of Infinite Fusion, which I also love. Pokemon Infinite Fusion is fantastic. The thing I adore about Poke Rogue is it's successfully identified that the part of Pokemon that I really care about is just having the dudes. And like all of the walking around and the plot and the talking to people is kind of unnecessary. So what if we just made a Pokemon game that was just all clicking things with the dudes? I cannot play Poke Rogue on my phone because my phone is too old and too frail, which is a good thing. I would definitely have got run over by a car if I could play Poke Rogue on my phone. Nelson. Post that in the Discord. I don't want to click on it on my computer because I think it might pause the emulator. Down the buckets. So, yeah, when I left in December, I had a Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode file that was like halfway through Act 3. So, like, nearly done, right? I gotta finish it. I'm so close. I'm actually now super close. I think I have 3 bosses left.
Dang.
Also, I'm gonna not spoil things, so I won't say who I was fighting, but I will say I got into a fight. And for context, I have like a full kitted out level 12 team. It's like max level, god tier equipment, huge a number of defensive buffs. We're fighting a fly. You'll notice that I've manipulated him either attacking and being dodged or just defending, because they're both very fast. But you just have to end this fight by waiting for 5 turns, and 5 turns have elapsed. So... Okay, Pax, you're familiar with Baldur's Gate 3, at least by being familiar with Dungeons & Dragons. Okay, so my level 12 party fully buffed everything. Like, the cleric has almost 150 health. That's a lot of health in D&D, right?
Yeah.
Like, for a level 12 cleric, 150 health?
For level... Yeah, I mean, I'm in a game right now where I have a level 11 character with higher hit dice than a cleric. and a +3 con modifier. I think I've maybe got 112.
Yeah. So like,
yeah, that's a lot of hit points for a level 12 cleric.
I'm beefy. My characters are not frail. And like the whole party is like that. And in this boss fight, for plot reasons, one of your characters is incapacitated right at the start of the fight and put on the far side of the room, and you have to go over and rescue them. So like you start the fight with only 3 people active, and then the boss takes the first action, casts a spell, one-shots the cleric, and leaves the paladin on like 1/4 of her HP. It was friggin' rude. And when I say one-shots, I don't mean like put to 0 HP and downed. I mean actually dead.
Yikes.
Yeah. Also, J-Worm split, we just punched a worm. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I won the fight, which is good, because it's honor mode. It's Iron Man. You can't save. You can't... Well, rather, you can't load. Like, the honor... If I had lost, the honor mode playthrough would have lost.
Yeah.
So I was able to save it, but good lord. Good lord. Oh, I forgot a bit of the story. Yeah, no, sorry. I also have a bunch of mooks.
Okay.
My main character did some necromancy and got a spell that lets them summon 4 ghouls that wander around with you, and there's also a plot thing you can get. And my cleric can summon a deva. And the boss's spell killed all the mooks. And the cleric. And left the paladin at, like, low HP. It was awful. Oh my goodness. But I did still win, fortunately. But man, oh man, that was rough. Also, manipulating these rooms is such a trial. Because all of this beetle movement is random. But we're almost done fighting bugs. Punching this thing to death with Sten is so efficient. It is kind of comical. And look at me remembering the gold fly split. Alright, we've saved our first minute, and we're about to save a bunch more time. This was one of the major routing errors I made last time, was I walked out, and it is so much faster to death warp out. Like, it's not even close. That was kind of embarrassing when I realized that. Actually, I think it was that mistake that prompted me to start making the new version of the TAS.
Right.
Almost everything else until this point has just been saving a few seconds at a time, but when we split for Kuadora, it should jump by quite a bit. How's the painting going?
Good.
Working on some Warhammers?
Yep, painting up some little rat dudes.
That's Skaven?
Yeah.
Look at me knowing things.
Look at you knowing things about Warhammer.
I know, right? Yeah, Nelson, I just opened Nelson's meme on my phone. It's the, aw, I can't fit video games into my schedule guy. Or can I? Yeah. I probably shouldn't let the mic go completely dead while the Sema Fort music is playing. In other sections, it's not so bad. You can just enjoy the music for a little bit, but Sema Fort music is not known for being enjoyed.
Yes, spare your audience that torture.
There was actually somebody in the Breath of Fire Discord asking if they could speedrun on a modded version of the game that took out the Sema Fort music. Which, like, one, no, but also that is very funny. Also, in that Nimifu as a playable character mod, can we also get Petapi as a playable character? That'd be cool.
Yeah. Look, the battle sprites exist.
They do, yeah.
They're in the end credits.
You know, while we're at it, let's replace Sten with Elferon. Breath of Fire 2 Princess Edition. I'd play it. Instead of turning in Patty and getting Bo back, what if we just had Patty in the party?
That honestly sounds like a way better.
Right? That's what I'm saying!
Instead of Bo, we get Patty. Instead of Jean, we get Nimifu. Like,
but we keep Spar.
we do keep Spar.
I adore my little salad man. This time we're not jumping in the toilet, but the elevator does happen to be in the washroom. This is bizarre. Oh hey, there's a boss fight now. That's exciting.
Been a minute since we've had one of those.
Right? In fact, it has been 6 minutes since we had one of those. Alright, a dodge and a double crit. All of this early game boss manipulation stuff was done over a year ago, so I do not remember much of it. But yeah, a dodge and a double crit makes sense. And then a dodge and... Did I just auto battle? Oh, because he turn cancels, right. Right, yeah. So auto battling is meaningfully faster than inputting all the individual attack commands, not just because of the extra menu time, but actually there's an extra bit of delay if you like input a turn normally that doesn't exist if you use auto battle. And split. Oh, it saves a whole minute. So yeah, that time save is the death warp.
It is
Oops.
wildly satisfying seeing you just special every attack.
Right? And there's a clever trick there. Do we do that in the any percent route? I actually forget. I think so. So he turn cancels twice. Once when he's at half health and once when he's at a quarter health. But a quarter of his health is just over 400, and the dragon does 512. So you can get him down to between 4 and 500 health, and then use the dragon, and it will skip the second turn cancel because it just kills him. Now this has made me start thinking, who is the most useless character in the speedrun? And I think it actually is Bo.
Oh yeah, because we never use him again after Trout, right? Which means he's only in the very early segment, and then for Trout, and then never again. How much do we use Spar outside our solo section?
Spar doesn't have a solo section. Spar has a mandatory section.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
The mandatory section.
I think literally nothing.
Literally nothing. Still better than Bo.
Yeah. Spar actually gets a little bit of use in... Oh no, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. You sometimes make use of Spar's Cure 1 when you're playing glitchless, just because you have a small number of healing items. And another glitch round, this time for Cat. So now we have glitched weapons on all of Nina, Sten, Rand, and Cat. Was I able to get a good patty here? I don't remember. I don't think so. Oh, okay. I do find a good patty if I wait that long. So, Patty will complain. Like, as you're walking through this room, Patty will just pop up a dialogue box complaining about the roaches. And that is just on a timer. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not manipulatable or anything. It's just on a timer. But the length of the timer is just long enough that if you enter the room at the right time, you can get to the guy, talk to him, and get Patty out before she complains. I think on a previous version of the TAS, when I got there, I was at a bad part of the cycle, so waiting until the good part of the cycle was going to take longer than the complaining loses anyway. So that's a bad Patty. If the fastest thing you can do is actually let her complain. But this version of the TAS, I got a good complain, or a good Patty. And
I'm interested in what that timer is based on, if it's not based on when you enter that room.
no, it's just like a global game timer.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, is Patty still complaining?
Yeah, exactly. Perfect rand rolling. It's so satisfying. Oh, I love that little trout spin thing. That thing is glorious. Incidentally, everybody go give Shani a follow. They are a Breath of Fire 1 speedrunner who has been very active lately. I think the last couple of months has been the most active a Breath of Fire game has been in speedrunning terms for years. Trout is adorable. He's got his little whiskers. He's kind of horrifying, but he's adorable. So this party is, if I'm remembering right, we need Beau for plot. We need Jean for hopping into the water after we're done here. And then we get our pick for the last character, and we pick Cat for maximally efficient death warping. Highest damage, easiest to kill. Thank you, PETA. Look at him. He's just a cute little guy. You don't get to see it in this fight, but when he casts a spell, he raises his whiskers.
It's very cute. It is
Right?
a very good animation. One of the things I just love so much about this game is the like the emotion and stuff in all of the animation. Like it's all got a lot of like feeling behind it.
It has fantastic sprite work. Also, hey, Nitrodon! Everyone go give Nitrodon a follow. Nitrodon is not himself a Breath of Fire 2 speedrunner, but responsible for almost all of the knowledge that we have of the inner workings of Breath of Fire 2. The route would be significantly worse without his assistance.
He's not a Breath of Fire 2 speedrunner, he's a Breath of Fire 2 code breaker.
Yeah. Ah, son of a gun. Thank you. Ugh. And I had a good streak going. This is another really nice thing about allowing turbo in the speedruns is this little cutscene here. There's a 30-second input break, and then you have to press A 2 times, and then there's a 30-second input break, and then you have to press A 2 more times, and then there's a 30-second input break. So with a turbo controller, you can just leave the turbo going and go to the washroom. And now, more plot. This part of the game is so slow. By the way, Pax, have you picked a restaurant for tomorrow?
I was actually just thinking about that. I'm thinking maybe the smokehouse.
The Smokehouse?
Yeah.
That's a choice. I'm in. He lives! Gangrel! Twitch is saying first time chatter, but I definitely recognize your name. So, I don't know what Twitch is smoking. Or maybe I recognize you from another chat somewhere. But yes, I'm alive! I am back in the correct time zone. I have access to my PC again, which means I can stream again. And after 6 months away from Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning, I'm actually pretty stoked about it. So, Breath of Fire Catter Days! You heard it here first. Let's see how long I can stick to that schedule. Except, today is fake Catter Day, because tomorrow we're visiting Pax for his birthday. Even though today is your birthday. We really did this backward.
I mean, up until, like, a week ago, I was theoretically going to be quite busy today.
That's true. Yeah.
And then my D&D tonight got shifted a day earlier, and I had no work during the day. So then I was like, oh, suddenly I've literally got nothing going on.
Yeah.
This is so that's why among the reasons why I'm here doing this, because I'm like, I had really not a lot of time to make any other plans.
So yeah, starting next weekend, Breath of Fire Catter Day streams. I haven't decided about streaming other stuff that maybe will be at request. I remember that the other stuff streams usually only get a viewer or two, and at that point I might as well just stream them on Discord. But the Breath of Fire 2 stuff I want to do on Twitch so that people can discover it. I'm always surprised. There's more people out there in the wilderness who will actually drop what they're doing and watch a Breath of Fire 2 speedrun than I ever expected there to be. To be precise, when I say a viewer or two, I mean one of the regulars, so somebody who's always hanging out in my Discord. Oh yeah, this death warp was a nuisance. So, because the little dudes don't help us death warp, we want to set this up so that we're all dead before any of them take an action. And that... So getting all those crits took me a friggin' long time to find. But this is why we wanted Jean in the party, because we're now going to have to go into the water. The water.
I just love the absurdity of just casually death warping several continents away.
Yep. And I think that is the last we are ever going to see of Bo.
Goodbye forever. We won't miss you.
Yeah. We've also arranged to have Cat in slot 1 when we selected the party, because we need Cat to bonk this wall down. There's a significant amount of time to save. Not as in, like, several minutes, but, like, every time it happens, there's a couple seconds to save. When you need a particular person at the front of the party, and you recently have had to change the party anyway, you want to arrange it so that, like, the person that you need to be in front is already in front. The less time you spend shuffling people around, the better. Anyway, yeah, so for those who are not already familiar with the plot of Breath of Fire 2, we are currently inside a whale. A normal thing to do. A reasonable place to find yourself.
As far as this game's concerned, yeah, that is pretty normal.
Yeah, it's not the worst. I can think of at least 2 or 3 things that are weirder. This is a nice dungeon to do for speedrunning purposes because it's a low encounter rate dungeon. A whale of a time. This next boss doesn't stand a ghost of a chance.
Get out. Got that right, man.
I refuse. It's also just a reasonably short dungeon if you don't detour off to the sides to try and find all the loot. You are correct, Shawnee. I'm not sure if it's a cameo or a reference or what you would properly call that, but yeah, it's basically the same thing. The sprite may or may not show up because the sprite flickers at 30 Hz. The game runs at 60 FPS and the sprite flickers every frame, and I'm streaming in 30 FPS. The McNeil ghost has the little ghost babies at the bottom. This one doesn't, but other than that, yeah, it looks very similar.
Will he appear? Taking bets.
He was there at the start, but he's gone now. Bop, bop, bop. And I remembered to split. So the reason that did so much damage is because the glitched Moondrop weapon happens to be Holy Elemental, which does bonus damage to Spirit-type enemies. Which is really handy, because Spirit-type enemies take half damage from everything else. Sorry, Pax?
That was ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, anytime the Holy property is relevant, those Moondrop weapons just obliterate things. It's excellent. Truly delightful. Also, that boss was a really nice thing I found through manipulation. I was able to just auto-battle, and his sleep put Ryu and Nina to sleep, so that after Cat's 2 crits, the next action was Rand. If I had had to input it manually, I would have had to make Ryu and Nina defend, which would have taken longer. So I wanted exactly auto-battle, and then sleep on exactly Ryu and Nina, and then crit from Cat, and then crit from Rand. That is the optimal fight. There is no better sequence than that, and I found it. Which is very satisfying. You don't always find the hypothetically optimal sequence. It's funny, though. The Moondrop seems OP right now, but it actually does get outdated. For the back part of the run, we're not actually using the Moondrop weapon anymore. So that was a small example of what happens in a few places. Sometimes you need to talk to an NPC who wanders, and their wandering is random. So if you wait extra frames before entering the room, you can get them to wander directly toward you. I did the same thing with Kilgore in Hometown, didn't think to mention it at the time. Oh, and there's going to be a really cool thing coming up here. I stick my face into Tunlin to get the warp point so I can efficiently come back here later. But in the circus here, the circus has a text glitch. You regain control of the party, as in like you can move, when you're not supposed to. So there's still a dialogue going, but you regain motion. And you can, it's actually the first part of what you use to set up the out of bounds glitch. The thing is we haven't found any use for the out of bounds glitch because the game's routing logic is so strict. Like, you have to do that, then you have to do this, and then you have to do that. You can't really skip parts of the plot. So we haven't done anything with it, but we can do this. And it glitches the hell out of the text box. It's very funny. So the reason we glitched all the money earlier was so that we could pay this guy his 900,000 space bucks and just entirely skip a dungeon. Also, we're fighting MC Tusk.
Look at that, we're supporting Oopa Roopa conservation.
Right? Yeah, being able to pay money to fight this guy is so funny, but also very useful. That dungeon would take several minutes otherwise. Yeah, the Pokemon bike that costs $1 more than the maximum money you can have in the game. Okay. I am not sure that I remember what the mid-game route ended up being. What I do remember is that this next bit, where you get Spar, and you have to go and talk to the tree, and you have to go to High Fort to get the flute, and at some point there we also need to go and recruit Bleu. I rerouted this entire section 2 different times, and they all ended up being within like a few seconds of each other.
You know what this entire sequence really makes me appreciate about this game?
What?
A lot of stuff about this game is well and truly like ragtag spaghetti code.
Mm-hmm.
But what is programmed really well are the plot triggers.
Yeah.
The plot triggers are rock solid because you can't skip anything. Like really the only plot like what you were saying with Patty later in the game, where Patty just kind of pops up at the end of the sequence, and so you can just kind of skip all the intervening steps.
Yeah.
That's really the only case of like being able to skip a chunk of plot in any way, because there is a way to get out of bounds, I think.
Yep.
But it's not useful because all the plot triggers prevent you from doing anything useful once you're out of bounds.
Oh, I think I see what I'm doing. Yeah, this is... I'm just gonna have to trust that past Charles knew what he was doing. Because without actually, like, making the tasks... Like, there's 2 or 3 different ways you could do this section of the game, and without just tasking all of them to see which one comes out fastest, there's no way to tell. It's extremely not obvious which route is best. So the one I'm going with is coming directly here rather than going to Tunlin first, because we can't come in here yet. We need Sten in the party, and we need to go to Tunlin before the game will let us in. But by coming here like this, we can get the warp point and warp back here. We could go the other way. We could go to Tunlin, put Sten in the party, come straight here, and never have to warp. And then get Bleu after doing the High Fort dungeon. So, like, which is faster?
Yeah, it's funny. It looks completely ridiculous.
Yep.
Just walking to places, immediately leaving. It feels really, really suboptimal, but...
Yeah, actually having Bleu in the High Fort dungeon is not necessary. Like, if you have her, you can use Attack Up on the portal fight, and it's very slightly faster. But you don't need her for Shuke. So, like, this decision is not really determined by what will make High Fort go faster. It's just, of all of the things that need to be done, going to Tunlin, party swap, go to High Fort, go to Bleu's hideout, recruit Bleu. Like, what ordering on those things works the best? And the funny thing is, what ends up working the best is not determined by... Sorry, I'll say that. It's determined by 2 things. And neither of them are which is fastest. Which is why it took me so long to figure out the optimal route, because it's unintuitive. There are 2 things that override the speed of this and how they matter. One is, when you're all done in High Fort, you have to go back to Tunlin so that you can talk to Granny, learn about the Queen, and kick off that whole Mount Maori plot. And you can only go into the castle in daytime. So if the day-night cycle lines up badly, then even if your route there was faster, you can lose time overall. So it ends up, if I'm remembering right, the route that I'm using here ends up being slightly slower than one of the other alternatives, but because it spends more time on the overworld, the day-night cycle lines up better, and I don't have to waste as much time outside Tunlin waiting for it to be daytime again. And the other thing is I have Nina in my party now. I have Sten, Nina, and is it Kat? Sten, Nina? No, Sten, Nina, Rand? No, it's Sten, Nina, Blue. Man, I'm looking right at her. Blue is right there. It's like, who's my third party member? It's friggin' Blue. Okay, if you do the version where you don't get Blue yet, you just go to the tree, go to Tunlin, put Sten in the party, and come straight here. That's the most efficient in terms of overworld movement. But if you do that, your party has Cat in it, rather than Blue. The problem with that is... Sorry, rather than Nina. If you don't have Nina in the party here, if you have Cat instead, then when you get to Mount Maori, you have to talk to the wizard Ged, and you get that little cutscene where like he flirts with your female party member before joining you, and the dialogue with Cat is about 5 seconds longer than the dialogue with Nina. So I had a route through Highfort that was faster, but had Cat in it, and it was faster by less than 5 seconds, so that also lost time. So the optimal route through Highfort is determined by Cat's Ged dialogue being slower than Nina's, and by the day-night cycle in Tunland being important. And both of those things override whatever is going on in Highfort. Tassing is a real trip, man.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, PETA. Whack.
Whack. Okay, upcoming boss fight. I will try to remember to split.
Remembering to split in 2024?
Couldn't be me. Highly efficient bonking. So because that is not a fight that you're meant to win, it's a fight that is supposed to time out. All that the game actually cares about is that the fight started, so you can just lose and walk back here, and it's as though the fight progressed normally without you dying. Oh, right. Okay, so you can actually see what I was just describing. If you look at the timer, it looks like we're losing 1.5 minutes, right? That's because we've recruited Bleu, and in the old TAS, I recruited Bleu after High Fort. So this is all the effect of that High Fort reroute. For a change, the time loss is not just me forgetting to split like an idiot. It's an actual effect of a reroute.
Yeah, it's funny. It looks like you've lost a bunch of time, but given that this is my least favorite section of the game, anyways, I've got some other stuff that I want to do this evening with my birthday. So I'm gonna dip out.
All
But
right.
I will catch the rest. I will catch the rest of this on the VOD.
Yeah.
And
Thank
to
you,
everyone watching. Thank you.
Thanks for keeping me company. I'll try to make the back half of this entertaining. Although I was just about to duck out to use the washroom. If you want to keep him busy for another 90 seconds, I will be right back.
Okay, I got you.
You can finish say bye to everyone in the chat.
Yeah. What is everyone in chat doing with their Friday night? Or whatever time of day it is in your particular time zone? Hey, that's commitment to the bit. Staying up that late to watch Charles show off his TAS. I'm sure I speak for him when I say thank you for being here. You're all absolute real ones. I gotta say, High Fort's a lot more tolerable when you don't have to worry about like any of the fights or anything like that. When you can just kind of task cheese your way through the whole thing, it suddenly becomes a lot more reasonable. For newer people to the stream, I notoriously hate this segment. This is my least favorite part of this game. I like this part less than High Fort. I'm not saying something because no one likes High Fort. Or sorry, Seema Fort. Everyone hates Seema Fort, but I would gladly take Seema Fort over High Fort.
it's just really rough because like all these like maze rooms all look the same. The encounter rate's really high. You have to use Sten solo for a big chunk of it. The Shupke boss fight's really disappointing. Like, there is just nothing to like about this segment. Which is weird, because, like, Steampunk Monkeys should have been awesome. Like, as a crazy off-the-wall high fantasy concept, I'm here for Steampunk Monkeys. I just don't like the execution of this dungeon.
Alright, I am back. Thank you, Pax.
No worries, I was just telling them that, like, Steampunk Monkeys, as an off-the-wall high fantasy concept, is awesome. It should be way cooler than it actually ends up being, because I hate this dungeon so much.
Yep. Hey, I'm just in time for the portal split. Excellent. Pax, our stepdad requested a time that you would like us to show up tomorrow.
I was actually, after I got off of this call, I was going to give them a call and
Excellent.
sort that out.
If you call them now, they just left the house to go shopping.
Then I will call them in...
Half an hour? 45 minutes?
An hour, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, presumably Miner has got his cell phone with him, so I could
Sure.
call
I mean, you could. I'm just not sure if they're interested in talking while they're walking alongside traffic.
Fair enough. I will give them a call in like half an hour.
Yeah.
Because I also need to know what time you guys are going to come down so I can make a reservation.
Precisely. Okay. Talk to you later.
Okay.
I suppose see you tomorrow.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming
you.
out, and enjoy the rest of the TAS.
Yeah, we're freaking half done already. That's wild.
Man, crazy. If you'd have started earlier, I would have stayed for the whole thing.
I wanted to start late enough that Shogun could at least catch sort of the back half, because Shogun has work. Alright, and I believe that is Pax out of the call. So it's just you and me. Where, by you, I mean whoever's in chat right now. I cordially invite questions, because, monologuing for 2 hours is a lot harder than just chatting with Pax. Yeah, you're trapped in here with me, or however that line goes. I never watched Watchmen. I kind of stopped watching things. I don't remember the last thing I watched. I watched streams and YouTube videos. Oh, also, a highly efficient Shupke fight. So this is actually not the fastest Shupke fight. You can get faster if you have Cat or Rand in the party. You can skip the attack up and just go 2 crits from Sten and 2 crits from either Cat or Rand. However, as I previously explained, the overworld stuff lines up worse, even though the High Fort ends up being slightly faster. And the overworld stuff is more important. Just in time for the High Fort crash. Wouldn't that be a funny speedrun category? High Fort crash percent? I guess that would be an interesting sort of partial game category if you wanted to speedrun GBA. I suppose I have the world record in that category. I'm reasonably confident it would as well, Nelson. Yeah, you would be standing directly in front of the dragon after you die to Turbo in the first fight. So that would be a convenient place to save and then just do a reset. I am still interested to know whether it's a problem with the ROM / emulator or actually a problem with the original game. As in, like, if you try to speedrun an actual BOF 2 GBA cart on an actual GBA, does that crash happen? Maybe someone did PETA. I have relatively little knowledge. If that crash happens on hardware and the save quit fixes it, as far as I'm concerned, that's basically the best possible situation, because that means that you run the game and you do the save quit. And like you're not losing time over hardware. The hardware would have to do it too. If it's a problem with the ROM or emulation, then it's much more annoying, because either you have to come up with rules for like getting a fixed copy or something, or you would have to somehow locate original hardware and the means to stream it, which for GBA is non-trivial. Yeah, Nelson, how did you come by a Japanese copy of GBA Breath of Fire 2? That's a rare one. This is the previously mentioned dialogue where you have to use either Nina or Cat. Hilariously enough, Bleu actually does not work. Even more hilariously, Spar's Water Shaman transformation does work. Yeah, the GBA version is really hurtful to play. We are almost done with the monkey. After this... I guess after this we have the queen, which is real weird looking in the TAS. I don't think there's anything particularly interesting to say about this dungeon. There isn't even a boss at the end of it. But we will finally get to see our actual pace. Because once you're here, then all the routes through the High Fort section all converge back into the same place. Oh, interesting. If and when it's back up, let me know if you find anything. Yeah, I suppose I don't know if... Oh, split. I don't know if there's a Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning scene in Japan. There could be. So there isn't a whole lot for me to explain about the Queen, but it is absolutely miserable to TAS. You need to get this result for every single fight. You want to get a fight as fast as possible, but it specifically has to be a fight with one of the two different kinds of enemies that can run away. In this half the Queen, it's literally just those little guys. The hemoglobs. Every other enemy doesn't run away. So I have to keep manipulating a fight, and of course fewer is better, but if it takes too long waiting to get fewer, then sometimes more would have been faster. Like if I can very quickly get 3, then that might be better than slowly finding 2. And then in combat, I also need to find a frame where all of them run away instantly, which is also not the easiest thing in the world to find. And it also means we don't get any experience, which is funny. Also, the encounter rate is very low, so trying to manipulate fights is a pain. Especially in the tiny rooms. In the big rooms, it's not so bad, because you have a long walk anyway, that gives you lots of space to find. But here, like, I just need to take 2 fights and then go back in the same door, so every extra tile that I don't get a fight is just 16 more wasted frames. So you have to try so many things. Like, you have to try every individual frame and see how long it takes until you find something that works. So the end result looks very silly, but it is quite fast relative to whatever else you could do. In human speedrunning, this dungeon takes about 20 minutes. And we will be done it significantly faster. Now that we're onto the left side of the queen, we can also use fatties. And those are nice because they run away very consistently. Also, there are fewer of them in the fight. The hemoglobes are 2 to 5, the fatties are 1 to 3. That's another fight that's relatively quick. It's slower than getting a couple of hemoglobes that run away, but if you just cannot find one, then killing a single Peption is an acceptable backup. You don't want too much experience, because if Ryu gains a level, then his max AP increases, but his current AP does not, which means he won't be at full AP, which means the next dragon he uses won't do full damage. So you can't kill very much, but you can take one fight. Almost done. And then we can actually fight things again. That'll be a nice change. And that is the last fight. So we are done. I think that is the last of the major improvements. So our 2.5 minute lead on the old tasks should now be fairly consistent through the rest of the run. Thank you. I am interested to know what the next big improvement will be. I'm sure this task isn't perfect yet, and I already know about the cond manipulation, but that's a relatively minor improvement. I'm sure there's other stuff that could be better. Obviously, I don't know what it is yet, or I'd have done it, but since there haven't been very many eyes on Breath of Fire 2 for quite a while, and now it seems there are going to be eyes on it again, I assume some things will be discovered, even if they're relatively small things. I love this music. It's a shame we don't get to listen to it for very long. That's another example of me manipulating that little kid to walk up and to the right, so I don't have to walk as far to talk to him. We could have brought Jean. I think hopping to the town is very slightly faster than rolling to the town. However, bringing Rand here means that we get the assistance of Rand's glitch weapon to punch the boss fight. And that ends up being significant. We have to take a fight here, right? Yeah. This room is too big, even with the smoke running. You can't get all the way through in one go. It's annoyingly close, but I think it's 68 or 69 steps, if I'm remembering right. And now, the second of my 3 favorite boss sprites. I love this guy. He's just a bush. We're fighting a shrubbery, is what I'm saying. I think this fight is 1 dragon and 2 rounds of punching. Heck yeah, punching. Get 'em. Get 'em. Nice. It's funny, in a regular gameplay, you expect the game to generally get harder as it goes, but in tassing, it's mostly the opposite. Most of the really annoying parts to task are in the first half of the run. After the Queen, there's really very little that's an actual struggle. It's just you're going from one boss fight to the next, and you optimize each boss fight individually, and at least as far as I can think, there's nothing that's particularly onerous to task. The Queen is the big one. The Queen is easily the worst part to task in the entire run. Just because of having to try and optimize all of those encounters. If I'm remembering right, I think the Queen is where I left it when I moved to Nova Scotia. And from the end of the Queen onward took me less than a week. There's really just a few things in the run that are really time-consuming to task. The Queen is the worst one. What else is bad? The beetle rooms in Sema Fort are a huge pain. And not any individual thing in the High Fort section, but just the amount of time it took me to figure out what was the optimal route, because like you have to make the decisions before High Fort, but you can't actually tell which one was fastest until you're in Mount Maury. And like to try a different route, you have to go back to the beginning and do the whole thing. So it's not that the tasking process is slow, it's just that it's a long section, and there are several routes to try. But that wasn't so annoying. And next split. Right here. It's kind of funny, almost every split that I remember to split correctly is gold. And gold by a few seconds. It's just a lot of consistent improvement, because this is my 3rd task, and I was better at it. That's basically all. The upcoming section with farming in Farmtown is not bad to task, but there's a lot of different things to try, because you have all 6 fights, and you can do them in effectively any order. And because you're looking for different things in different fights, the RNG can work out better with one route than another route. So you have to try a bunch of different orderings of those 6 fights, and you just see which one ends up with the best time. There's no way to tell in advance which one is going to end up being the best order to fight them in. If I'm remembering right, in the old TAS, I just did them in the same route that I normally do them as a human speedrunner. And I did not bother to try other orderings. So I think in this one I did try a bunch of different orderings, and I think I ended up saving a few seconds. I suppose that means that the S-Golem split is going to be a little bit unhelpful compared to the old run. It's a little unfortunate. Rand's damage is almost good enough. In fact, in theory, Rand's maximum damage roll is 256 there. In theory, you could get a 2-turn kill without needing the attack from Ryu, but Rand would need to get his max damage roll all 4 hits, which in addition to rolling the crit is very unlikely. So I did try, I looked for them, but I never did find one. Fortunately, this guy is really easy to manipulate. He defends a lot. So, easy fight. I guess I did end up fighting the Stone Golem last. I am surprised. I thought I did something different. We're taking Jaunt just because it's the quickest way to get to this cave. You can go around, but it's slow. What's a paladin? The glitch weapon makes this fight very simple. Alright, and now we get to use Nina again. Hooray. We also take Cat, right? Blue, Cat, Nina, I think? Blue for warp, Nina for plot, and Cat to get into Cotland. Alas, another long plot section that we have to watch. Interesting that everything here is in black and white except the candle flames. It's an interesting touch. Yes, they are lit. Thank you, Cerberus. Okay, posture check. I just realized I was hunched over my keyboard like a gremlin. That's what 6 months of not having a proper computer chair will do to you, I suppose. think the moral of this part of the story is don't trust organized religion. Also, possibly don't be a parent. Parents have a really bad mortality rate. So there's a funny little glitch in this section here. It barely qualifies as a glitch even. But it's notable in TAS history because this is the only glitch that was used by the original TAS in 2011. It's right here. You can clip through that boulder. That was the only glitch that was used in the original 2011 TAS. So that TAS was technically not glitchless. But it's so close, it doesn't make that much difference. You are filled with determination. Conveniently, Nina's glitch weapon makes this fight also trivial. Yes, it was glitchless. True. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. And now there's a whole bunch of walking and talking. I don't think there's another boss fight until... Is it the Necroman? I think it's the Necroman. I mean, I guess we have to beat up a footman in Bando, but... Huh. That's a long time. Yo, Melanie! Good to see you. Well, you may find your channel has a few new followers since you last checked. How's it going? How's the kiddo? I read that and hear a great deal of excitement. Earlier, Aaron was around for a good hour or so, and I think they were successfully peer pressured into putting Breath of Fire 2 on your list of games to stream. I suggested that the two of you might want to put that on your list. It's a cool game. I enjoy it a great deal, and Aaron seemed to be interested by it. I'm always delighted to see more people playing Breath of Fire 2, even just casually, not in a speedrunning context. My brother and I were given a hand-me-down Super Nintendo from our cousin when I was 10, Pax was 7, and it came with a half a dozen games. And certainly the best known game that we were given was Link to the Past. But the game that we actually fell in love with was Breath of Fire 2. That's the game that got both of us into the JRPG genre. And so I have many, many fond, formative memories of playing this as a kid. A tween! And even before I got into speedrunning, I must have completed probably around 20 total playthroughs of Breath of Fire 2 over the years, give or take. Yeah, teeny tiny little Charles, back when I was a shithead, as most 10-year-olds are sometimes. It's... I tried to be a little precise with what I was saying. Not 10-year-olds are shitheads, but 10-year-olds pretty universally have the capacity for shitheadery. They also have the capacity to be extremely lovely. They just haven't worked out the whole maturity thing yet. Obviously. I think it was a 1995 release, if I'm remembering right. If it was not 95, then it was 94. But around there. So late Super Nintendo. Oh, thank you so much. I made it myself in MS Paint. Not the most sophisticated art tools, but you know what? It worked. And I used every single brain cell I had, which is like all 4 of them. I have very little artistic talent. Talent is the wrong word. I have very little artistic skill on account of I have never practiced. I've never tried. I never... Other than just like token art assignments in elementary school, I never drew or painted or anything as a hobby. So the entire extent of my artistic ability is like doing pixel type stuff in MS Paint. But I can do that, and I knew that I wanted something Breath of Fire themed, so all of the assets are based on sprites from Breath of Fire 2, and I was able to assemble them into something that looked not half bad. Yeah, the one orange brain cell, absolutely. If you have the FFZ extension for Twitch, you can also check out my emotes. They're all Breath of Fire 2 themed, and I'm quite proud of them. Also made by me in MS Paint. The bees! Not the bees! They are all listed publicly on FFZ. If anybody would like to add them to their own Twitch channels, you are very welcome. Or to Discord, or whatever. Sharing is caring, right? When the task showcase is done, if you're still here, Mel, I will show you my Brave New World layout. I am very proud of my Breath of Fire 2 layout in a sincere way, but I'm also very proud of my FF6 layout in like a cheeky comedic way. It's like I personally think it's very funny. There is an Edgar in it. In fact, there's 2 Edgars in it. Has that alone convinced you to hang around for the next hour? Excellent. I know what the people want. I think I've done 2 Brave New World playthroughs on stream. I think I did 1 Brave New World playthrough in 2018 or 2019. And then more recently, I think like 2021, I did a playthrough of Noia Hard Type. I don't know if I have any of the highlights from the first playthrough, but I'm pretty sure the Atma fight and the Kefka fight from my Noia Hard Type playthrough are saved as highlights. Also, when I grow up, I want to be a pretty pink bird. This is a very funny dungeon to do in a TAS, because you basically skip the entire dungeon. It looks like such bullshit. It's remarkable. We immediately fell down a hole, got into a fight, and teleported to the end of the dungeon. The version of Noia Hard Type that I was playing on stream was double enemy speed, and then Noia's funny little changes. And Esper nerfs, and Esper level caps. And if I'm remembering right, I think the Kefka fight took me a full 2 hours. Oh, and I was playing with the party randomizer, right. I wasn't able to select my parties. They were auto-selected for me. That was interesting. Late evidence split, don't mind me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 3 times. That's about right. I mean, if you boot up the VOD, you'll see why it took so long. It was partly because double enemy speed just means like you get hit a lot and you have to spend a lot of time healing. And it was also partly because the party I got randomed into was like 4 healers. Or 4 supports. I didn't actually have any dedicated damage dealers. So... what was it? It was Locke, Lux, Drago, Mog. Nah, I don't remember. But I just got a whole party of people to like keep each other alive. So a lot of my damage was from Lock double casting like one Cure 2 and one Fire 2. Did I play Honor Mode? In FF6, you mean? No. I'm not sure if it was clear from what I described in your Discord. Honor Mode is like an actual thing in Baldur's Gate. It's not just like a community thing that players came up with. In-game, when you start your file, you can select, I think it's Explorer, Balanced, Tactician, or Honor. And Honor is the one that has like no loading. Yeah, from the way you phrased that, I thought I might not have made that clear. Sorry, my bad. There are lots of other player-defined challenge modes, so it's an understandable point of confusion. Although, there is a community-defined challenge mode for Breath of Fire 2 for speedrunning. It's the Brave Man category, wherein the secret overpowered character is banned, all of the most powerful ability is banned, but all the things that the speedrun normally does to go fast are banned, and then you have to beat the game that way. And also, you have to 1v1 the hardest boss in the game, rather than have your whole party of 4. The normal... I think the human speedrunning record is about 6 hours 15 minutes, and the Brave Man speedrunning record is 10 hours 4 minutes. Just to give you an idea of how much slower that is. So, I didn't comment on it at the time, but a couple minutes ago we fished the Empire Sword out of the lake. And now that we have the best weapon in the game, Ryu is basically our entire damage section. Which means that even though we've only got 3 people in the party, it is genuinely not worth the 20 seconds it would take to go and get a 4th party member, because we're just going to have Blue cast attack up on Ryu, and then Ryu's going to beat everything to death. And we do not need a 4th party member to enact that plan. Okay, see you in a bit, PETA. In fact, we need a 4th party member so little that we immediately sack our 3rd party member. That's funny. The reason to let Nina eat dirt there is just so that she doesn't gain experience and level up. Because if she levels up, then that takes half a second. And we don't care about her levels. Also, hey Darius. Good to see you again. Yo, Jin! Glad you could make it. No worries. Once this is all done, I will, of course, save it as a highlight here and also upload it to YouTube. This is meant to be sort of A double feature, both a welcome back to streaming, Charles, and also for posterity, a record of the tasks with some explanation of the various mechanics. Because the task video's submission is still languishing in the queue. It's been there for about 3 months now. So I'm going to post the video there, which will then also have the side effect of reminding them that it exists, and I'm still waiting on them to verify it. Also, this guy is the third of my 3 favorite boss sprites. Oh, I guess I have a 4th one. I wasn't thinking about that other guy. I have a few favorite boss sprites. There's a lot of great sprites in this game. Alright, so encounter RNG. Every area has a defined monster activity level, which determines 2 things. First of all, what is the maximum distance you can walk before getting forced into a fight? And 2, what is the probability on any given step that you get a fight? And every step is independent. So the first, I think it's 4 or 5 steps you take, you cannot get an encounter at all. And then after that, there is a low encounter rate. And every 8 or so steps, the rate or the probability of getting an encounter updates becomes higher. Sorry. So as you walk, the probability that your next step gets a fight goes up. And eventually it hits 100% and you're forced into an encounter. However, every step is an independent RNG call. So what I can do as I'm walking is if a step generates an encounter, then I can just rewind, wait a frame, and then try taking that step again. And as long as I'm not at that maximum 100% chance, you can always find a frame that doesn't get a fight. And that was the Necroman. We have foiled his evil necro plan. In low and medium monster activity areas, the maximum walking distance before you hit a forced encounter is 64 tiles. And in high encounter areas, it's 56 tiles, and in very high encounter areas, it's 48 tiles. What's really cool is that if you use the smoke item or have the Holy Scarf equipped, which reduce the encounter rate, one thing that does is it cuts the probability of getting a fight on any given step by half. So if a step would have a 12 out of 64 chance of a fight, then now it actually has a 6 out of 64 chance of getting a fight. But also, if you're in a high or very high encounter area, then using a smoke also increases the maximum walking distance before you get forced into a fight back to 64. There's a few rooms in the game that are high encounter areas and are like 62 steps, so we can use a smoke to avoid having to get that fight halfway through the room. That is something that I did not know about in 2020 when I made the old version of this task, so that was one of the minor improvements. Which is how we came to be over 2.5 minutes ahead. That particular improvement is only responsible for a few seconds. What was the bulk of that time save? The biggest time save was adding a death warp in a place where it's just way faster than walking, and that was just a blunder on my part in the old task not including that. And there was about a minute of half a minute of improvement in the mid game by rerouting the whole High Fort section to something that was more efficient. And then the other minute besides those things was just minor couple second improvements here, there, everywhere. Why is Ryu beasting? So, it's a combination of three things. First of all, Ryu now is wearing the best weapon in the game, bar none. The Empire Sword is just the best sword, and I have it. 2 is because I'm manipulating a crit on every attack. So, crits are good. And 3 is because Bleu has used the attack up spell on Ryu. And you might think, like, okay, that's good and all, but like, surely my level 16 Ryu, or whatever he is, shouldn't be doing that much damage. And the funny thing is, it doesn't actually matter that much. Your offense stat, like your actual character's base offense stat, disregarding their equipment, is additive with their weapon. So like in combat, Ryu's offense stat is his base strength plus his sword's offense value. And the Empire Sword's offense value is huge. It's, what is it actually? It's something in the mid-hundreds at least. It's gigantic. And the attack up spell just straight doubles your offense, including the weapon. So like it's your base strength plus your offense, or your weapon's offense value, and then if you have the attack up buff, it's that times 2. To a max of 511. Yeah, in any percent we would have the Empire Sword here. And the thing is, you actually hit that 511 cap pretty early with the attack up buff. Like the Empire Sword plus base strength times 2 for attack up gets to 511 sometime in the early to mid 20s, I think. So the fact that I'm only level 16 or 17, I'm still very close to the offense cap. Which means that the fact that I'm low level, in terms of damage output, doesn't matter much. It would matter for defense if I were getting hit, but it's a TAS. I can just arrange to not get hit. But that's different than, say, a game like Pokemon, where your level itself is a factor in the damage calculation. And like if you have half the level, then you do half as much damage. Breath of Fire 2 is not like that. The combination of the weapon value being additive with strength rather than multiplicative, and the attack up spell being so unbelievably stacked, like it is shockingly overpowered. And the fact that the offense cap is low enough that the attack up spell often gets you over it anyway, means that in terms of offense, level doesn't matter much when you have endgame equipment. Which is great for us in a TAS. We love that. It means we can absolutely body all these bosses. Hey Palandoy, good to see you again. Welcome back. I am delighted to be home and able to stream again. It was a very long 6 months. We're starting out with this TAS showcase. This is basically the only Breath of Fire related thing I was able to get done while I was away. And then starting next weekend, we are going to have Catter Days. I'm not sure what category I'm going to start with. If I'm up early enough in the day, I'll try and do an any percent or a glitchless or something, but if I don't get started until 3 in the afternoon, which knowing my sleep schedule is very possible, then I'll start with Terrapins. Heck yeah, Catter Days! Yeah, I am trying to make a commitment to stream on every Saturday when I am home and able to stream. And if I'm going to be away on a Saturday, then I'll try Friday or Sunday. But I would like to stream once a week, now that I have been away for so long. I have a hankering. Cat, spelled K-A-T-T, is the name of one of the characters. And also, one of the best characters. We love Cat. Cat is fantastic. Cat is both just a huge sweetie and also embodies the philosophy that if you can solve a problem by hitting it hard enough with a stick, it's not really a problem. There is no bad choice of Breath of Fire 3 Blorbo. They're all great. So this is a useful trick. Normally, because Rei is faster than Ryu here, I would need Ryu to be able to survive 2 attacks from Rei, which is a tall order given that Rei's spell is undodgeable and does over 100 damage. Fortuitously, by using agility down on the dragon, now Ryu is faster, so I just need Ryu to survive this and then we're all good. And I also, very conveniently, had him put Nina and Rand on the ground, so that they are not going to be wasting my time in the following fights. Because I don't actually need them to do anything. They would just sit around using up menu time and gaining levels and doing all sorts of other things that don't matter. So it's very convenient that Rei does just enough damage to put him down. And that's the Rei fight. So a couple of things that I explained way back at the beginning of the run, but since we've sort of rotated the audience, I should probably explain again. Breath of Fire 2 has a very primitive RNG function. It is basically not affected, or very little affected, by anything the player does. It just updates every frame on its own, which, one, means that it's basically impossible for a human manipulation to exist. You would have to play frame perfectly for however much of the game you wanted to manipulate, which is a very tall order. But it also means that just about the only way to manipulate results in boss fights and such is to just wait extra frames before confirming a command, and then you'll get different results. So trying to optimize the TAS is a game of figuring out what is the hypothetical best outcome you could get on a turn, and then see if you can find that within a reasonable number of frames, and if you can't, then look at your fallback options, like what's almost as good that you can find. And like sometimes the optimal outcome saves 100 frames and you find it in 80 and it's worth doing, and sometimes it saves 100 frames and you find it in 130 and it's not worth doing. So that makes it very interesting. Especially because so many of our boss strats involve both our characters using regular attacks and critting for maximum damage, and also involve the bosses doing things that won't immediately kill us. So very often, like, we want to manipulate two of our people critting, and also a boss doing something non-threatening, and you can end up trying to wait quite a long time to find an outcome like that. To make things even more interesting, that archer you just saw him defend, most enemies can defend, but do so with only a very low probability. But it's a very fast animation, so if you can get them to defend, it is very good. So you can see one of them defended, but the other one just attacked me and I dodged it. So those two archer fights are in principle identical, but I had two completely different strategies for them because those were the fastest fights I could find. I bring this up because for most fights, the theoretical best outcome would be a boss defending, but if you don't get that, then the next best thing, which is far more likely, is only like a hair slower, fractions of a second, so it's not a big deal. However, on the upcoming boss fight, it's a huge deal, because this upcoming boss fight is very weird. There are 4 enemies, or rather 3 enemies that actually do things, and then a dude. And the 3 enemies that actually do things will do the same thing every turn. Each of them casts a spell, and the spellcasting animations are slow. But like other enemies, they also have that very low chance of defending. But also, my strategy for beating this fight involves getting a crit with Ryu and a high damage roll to get a one-shot. So it's already difficult for me to find a frame where I get the crit I'm looking for and a high roll. And in theory, I would want these eyeball things to defend a bunch, but it's so unlikely, and I would have to wait so long to find the frames that do it that there's no guarantee it's actually possible with the RNG seed that I have when I arrive here. I actually do not remember what this fight ended up looking like. I forget whether I got one of them to defend or not. But the thing is because of the possibility, like if I do get one of them to defend, it saves me like 6, 7, 8 seconds. So I'm obligated to look. But I don't remember if I found one. Like you can imagine that replacing one of these spell animations with just the tiny little defend back and forth thing would save a bunch of time. But also these one-shots are extremely tight. Your characters have 4 possible damage values when they attack. and they're not equally likely. The highest damage roll is not a 1 in 4, it's significantly less. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely less than 1 in 4. And I need the highest damage roll to get those one-shots. If I were to estimate it, I'd say I see the highest damage roll somewhere... It's better than 1 in 20, and I think it's worse than 1 in 10, just by eyeballing it. So that's already relatively unlikely to get the highest damage roll and a crit at the same time. And then trying to manipulate one of those eyeballs using defend on top of that is just so unlikely, but it is possible. So I think I spent an entire afternoon trying to find it, and I didn't find it. But because getting a defend would save like 6 to 8 seconds, 6 to 8 seconds is what? It's like 500-ish frames, roughly? So I'm obligated to look through 500 frames, which means watching that fight play out 500 times, just to confirm that in none of them do I get the thing I'm looking for. It's tedious. It is very, very tedious. When last we met, I was but the apprentice. Now I am the master. Sorry, that's my best Darth Vader impression. My voice is really not deep enough to pull that off convincingly. It's a spinny old man. Every game needs a spinny old man. And the last thing we need to do before we dive into the endgame sequence is set up the good ending. In theory, you could beat the game a couple minutes faster if you were not concerned about getting the good ending, but every speedrun category ever has always mandated the good ending because it's the honorable thing to do. So that's what we are here for. This is not otherwise necessary. We fished exactly just the Empire Sword. The Empire Sword in particular is actually impossible with the Flying Town. The little patch of land you have to land on is too small for the town. You have to do it with the bird. But we don't need any of the other endgame equipment. We will eventually get a weapon for Cat just to help bop Death Evan to death a little bit faster, and because finding Cat's best weapon is actually very easy. For a TAS. Real pain in the butt for a human, but it's easy for the TAS. But it's a TAS, we're not planning to ever get hit, so we don't need any defensive equipment of any kind. Yep, the Meow Staff off the Carms. So until we got the Empire Sword, we were just bopping things with the glitched weapons. And then once we got the Empire Sword, we bopped things with the Empire Sword. I think the only actual weapons that we purchased in the entire game, in fact the only equipment that we purchased in the entire game, was in Hometown. We got a bronze sword for Ryu and the false bow for Bo for the early game. And when we were in Sima Fort in the equipment shop doing the weapon glitch for Rand and Cat, we bought the crossbow for Bo. Only so that Bo would have enough damage to one-shot himself in the Death Warp after Trout. That is the one and only one reason we bought a weapon for Bo. Yo, Denasi, good to see you. And other than the bronze sword for Ryu, the false bow, and the crossbow, we have not bought any equipment. Every other character who uses a physical attack was using the glitched weapon, or the Empire Sword on Ryu, or eventually the Meow Staff on Cat. Those are the only things we ever care about. It's fun being a TAS, and no, we will not use any fusions. The reason to use fusions in a speedrun is to be able to escape encounters more reliably, and we're a TAS, so we can already escape encounters reliably. It's very funny. The number of things that just straight do not matter in the TAS is really kind of funny. The way the damage calculations work, all that really matters is your weapon. Like, your level doesn't matter, your strength stat doesn't really matter. You need the attack up buff, you need a good weapon. And every character except Ryu has access to the glitched weapon, which is better than everything except the Meow Staff. It is worth it in a human speedrun, but definitely not in a TAS. I am extremely fond of the human speedrun strategy for Infinity. Boombada was not attempted, because we're trying to go fast, and that is definitely the opposite of fast. But I do agree Spar's dragon transformation is awesome. I love that thing. Also, hey, Mini Lots, good to see you. I described this earlier, but it was a couple hours ago now. Once you talk to that guard in Cotland, it kicks off a wild goose chase that sends you all over the world trying to find Patty. However, the moment you talk to the guard, Patty appears here in her final location. So you can skip the entire goose chase. And the old TAS that was published in 2011 did not know that. It actually spent a couple of minutes doing the entire little side quest. And that was what originally prompted me to make my own TAS. Is way early in the pandemic, I was just watching the old Breath of Fire 2 TAS for funsies, and I looked and hey, wait a minute. You can save like 2 minutes there. What on earth? Oh, this TAS is so suboptimal. And then I made a whole TAS, and I lost several months of my life. But also, an even bigger time save was the fact that the old 2011 TAS didn't have any of the shopping glitches used in it. So that saves like 15 minutes maybe. And the TAS has now successfully not forgotten to set up the good ending, like I did that one time. It's a couple of minutes. There's that little cutscene where he walks into the machine and powers it up that you can skip. You don't have to go to Gunts at all, and when you fight the guard eyes at the end of the Grand Church, you can just not bother killing the eyes individually. You can just use a dragon and one-shot the whole thing, and accidentally kill your dad in the process. But by community agreement, it is just way cooler if we don't do that. Nope, it makes absolutely no difference, Jin. The walking animation is 16 frames in all cases. Except when you are the whale or rand rolling, and then it's 8 frames a tile, and when you're flying on the bird, it's 4 frames a tile. But yeah, most of my movement does not matter. It's completely identical whichever way you do it. I think following the path is technically suboptimal because you can exit the town 1 tile to the right of the path, so following the path would be 1 tile slower. Oh, on the way to the well? Eh. Look, man, if you want to optimize that kind of thing, you can make your own tasks. I used all my style points on the Creon skip. Okay, so I know I've mentioned several best sprites in the game, but this is the actual best boss sprite in the game. So this is another example of the theoretical optimal turns are sufficiently hard to find that in practice it's faster to go with a suboptimal turn. He has a whole bunch of different spells he can cast. The animation on Drain is slower than the animation on Hush, but he doesn't cast Hush so he's not very likely to cast Hush, so if you want to wait for a crit from Ryu with a high damage roll and a Hush cast, you might end up waiting more frames than the difference between the 2 animations. So this ends up being faster. And that is a dead Cephalopope. You heard me, Mel. Oh, I should post your thing in my Discord. I don't know why it didn't occur to me. As soon as the stream is over, Mel made something for me a few days ago, and it's just the funniest goddamn thing I have ever seen. I am still gushing about it. That does sound like it would be very funny. Okay, final dungeon time. All 4 of our party members here are important. Ryu is important because, well, 1, he's our damage, and 2, we don't have a choice in the matter. Kat is important because she is going to be our backup DPS on Death Heaven. She is the only late game character who can match Ryu's damage. Bleu is important because we need her attack up spell to give us the attack up buff. Sten is important for swinging across that little pole at the top of that one room, and that is the only thing he's good for. Sten is now dead weight for the rest of the game. But every other character we could bring, it would also be dead weight, so we might as well at least bring Sten and get across that pole. For those of you who have not played Breath of Fire 2 before, by the way, what you are seeing is extremely not representative of what gameplay is like. The encounter rate in here is extremely high, and the reason my walking looks so awkward, like a bunch of weird stutter stepping, is because I'm having to wait several frames at a time just to find a single frame that doesn't give me an encounter. So there is that, but also it would probably be worth looking into updating the Breath of Fire 1 TAS. Because the guy who made the Breath of Fire 1 TAS also made the old Breath of Fire 2 TAS, and the old Breath of Fire 2 TAS had like 20 minutes of time save. It was not optimized and not even close. Not it, by the way. I'm not interested in making TASes for any other games than this one. It requires so much game knowledge to do a good job of it, and one game was enough. Dibs out. Ring the Shawnee bell, somebody summon Eyeblink. One of them can do it. This is the biggest room in the game, so it is so large that we actually have to take 2 fights on our way through it. And Delogany. Yep. Yeah, for any given monster level, there's a maximum distance you can walk, and after that you are forced into an encounter. So in low encounter areas like the overworld, it's the 64th tile, you get a forced encounter, And then in high encounter, it's 56, and in very high, it's 48. And this is 48. It's a very high encounter area. Oh man, Ogre Battle. I like that game. Although, I think maybe I want to like Ogre Battle more than I actually enjoy playing it. I have started several Ogre Battle files, and I think I only ever finished one of them. That game is such a slog. It's such a cool design, and the SNES game is so clunky. But it's cool, but it's clunky. Gemfire? I don't know that I recognize that title. Right? Oh, okay, got it. I might check that out. I'll put it on the list of dozens of games I still have to check out that I occasionally think of when I'm in the middle of my 20-hour Baldur's Gate marathon sessions. I wonder if I can finish tonight. Probably not. I think I have a little more than... Yeah, I have to do the whole other place. I'm trying not to give out spoilers. There's a big, long, difficult dungeon that I have to do. Probably take me two more nights. Other games or Karlach? Exactly. It's obviously Karlach. Although, well, I have to confess, my next file will not be a Karlach file. I understand if that means that you can't maintain our friendship. You assume correctly, Jin. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. No, you can have Will. My next character is a lesbian, either Storm Sorcerer or Storm Cleric. I haven't decided yet. But some kind of thunder elemental caster type. Basically, I want to blow up entire screens with chain lightning, and also kiss frogs. You know how it goes. You'd watch me? Oh, are you gonna peer pressure me into streaming Baldur's Gate again? Huh. Hey, Shawnee. Hope the run goes well. Yeah. I hope I don't get unlucky. I streamed my first few hours of Baldur's Gate 3, but... Actually, I don't remember why I stopped. In principle, I have no objection to streaming any of the games I play. The only reason that I don't is that there's usually a lack of interest, and if there's no one actually engaging in the chat, then if I'm not on stream, then I can also do other things as I'm playing. Whereas if I'm streaming the game, then like I can split my attention between game and chat, and I can stream my attention between game and other thing, but I can't split my attention 3 ways. So if there's no particular interest, I'll tend to play off stream. But if there's actual interest, I'm happy to play on stream. Yes, you should play. And same to you, of course. If you have time and energy and availability and willingness to stream it, I'll watch whatever you stream. But I would be particularly tickled to watch you play Baldur's Gate 3. I will see if maybe through demonstration I can convince you of the, what's the word I'm looking for? The problem with having an extensive vocabulary is I can never think of the word I want. The virtues of a Lae'zel playthrough. One thing is, I think if the character is not actively in your party, then they don't get like affection up or downs based on your decisions. So if you're not actively being a goody two-shoes with Lae'zel in the party, then it won't matter. And also, there's just plot-relevant stuff that matters. So like if you did the crush with Lae'zel in the party, I think she just gets a bunch of affection for free. But also I think Lae'zel is not very picky, as in I think she starts her romantic plot at a lower threshold than some other characters. But if I'm remembering right, and I might not be, I think later in her romance there are very high thresholds. Basically, DTF, but slow to open up. Which, like, who among us, right? I gotta say, it's really nice having the TAS play this section of the game for me. I wish I could do that every time I got here. Doing this manually is a chore. Whoops! Among Us. My bad, my bad. Your craft nights are Wednesdays or Tuesdays? No, they're Tuesdays. Air streams Wednesdays. I should be able to make it to Tuesday nights now that I'm home, I think. I'm not aware of anything that I have going on Tuesday evenings. I don't actually know that I have any crafts that could be worked on at craft night, but it can be hang out, attend craft, and a BG3 night, certainly. You're gonna have to do tasks. That is good. Very clever. Applause. Well done, well done. Oh, actually, you know what I could do? I'm not gonna do anything with the tasks for a while. I'm tasked out. But I do have to finish working on the speedrun notes. There's several hours of work left to do there. Because I still need to finish writing out the long-form version of the any % route for people who want to learn it. And I need to also finish the encounter table. I could do that. Not sure how well I'll be able to focus and banter at the same time with all 3 of my brain cells, but I can give it a shot. Coming up now is the final random encounter of the game, which pulls double duty. First, this room is long enough that we have to take a fight anyway, but second, you can see me trying to manipulate it because it's a really rare drop. Enemy drops are determined at the start of combat, so I had to wait until I found an enemy, like these guys, that would drop the Meow Staff for Cat. And it's literally only this enemy can drop it, and it's, I believe, a 1 in 256 drop, but there, I have the Meow Staff. Spoopy Skeletons are holding Cat's best weapon, which we now have. And then we will immediately get into a boss fight and not use it, which is kinda funny. How long did it take me to rig it to drop? Less time than you'd think. Thanks to Nitrodon. Blesses upon his name. Thanks to Nitrodon, we know what memory address holds the drop table. As in, like, when you load into a fight, there's an address that's just... It's a 0 if the enemy's not going to drop anything, or it's a number that corresponds to the item it's going to drop. So I can just load into a fight, check the memory address, see if they're dropping a Meow Staff. If not, load back out, get a fight on a new frame, check the memory address. Rather than having to play through the whole fight. It's a lot faster that way. Also, we see the entire team taking a dirt nap, but Ryu getting the 2-hit kill. Or at least the 2-hit phase 1 finish. And we are the brave men of the dragon. 1v1 me, bro. Let's go. Ryu put on his juke shoes when he woke up this morning. Heck yeah. Alright. We're at the end. Let's go. One more guy to bop. And then I'm gonna go get some dinner. Holy frick, I'm hungry. And then there was nothing. And then there was badass pipe organ music. I love this song. So, the Breath of Fire 2 translation is comically bad. However, I think this is one of the few places where it actually works. The fan retranslation of Death Evan's speech is a lot more like normal English, and I think it's actually worse for it. Here, I think the really stilted, like formal, awkward grammar English really makes Death Evan feel like properly alien. And I think that got lost in the fan retranslation. Most of the rest of the game, the fan retranslation is way better, no question. Like, I'm sure BTB will fight me on that, but BTB has the soul of like a crotchety 90-year-old man who hates change. So like, come at me, bro. BTB weighs like 100 pounds soaking wet, I can take him. But the fan retranslation definitely is not as good for Death Evan, just because it lost that alien vibe. I know, right? Palandoy, I'm afraid I don't get any of those references. I am not cultured enough. When you say legendary, do you mean legendarily bad? That's pretty impressive. Bad cat and bad bad. Phenomenal. I love it. You have any idea how many games I need to play? Oh my goodness. The list keeps getting longer. They come up with good games faster than I can play them. It's really unfortunate. Hey, Alan, good to see you. It's miserable, huh? Alright, maybe I'll watch someone else play it. Okay, final boss time. So we need to do a few things here. One is we want to get the attack up buffs on Ryu and Cat so that they can do the bopping. But we also want Bleu to land this defense down. That actually helps substantially. The defense down debuff, I eyeballed it at like it's roughly a 20% damage boost. It's hard to manipulate because Death Heaven has a very high magic resistance, so that defense down spell almost always fails, but almost always is not the same as always. So we get that to land, and then it's just a matter of enacting the boppening all over his face like this. And ideally, we get him to do that little tentacle thing and dodge it every time, but again, hard to manipulate. So we use Sten and Bleu's health bars as cushions, just to give us more options. Once Bleu and Sten are dead, then we really will have to dodge every attack, because I mean, we are so low level and under-equipped that we will get one shot. The reason you see me switching back and forth between the various stances is because it's two things. First of all, the character's damage ranges are different. Like here, Cat is doing more damage and Ryu is doing less damage. In the other formation, Ryu does a bit more damage and Cat does a bit less damage. So based on the character's damage rolls on any given turn, it can be more optimal one way or the other. But also, the actual damage values that the characters get. Also, that was Death Heaven. What final boss, right? But it also affects the RNG for future turns as well. Nice! Yep, that was the final boss. We're donezo. We actually have about 8 more minutes to go, because a human speedrun would be done here, we'd have hit time, but TAS rules are the timer starts at console on and timer ends at final input. And because we have this little epilogue that's playable, the timer still goes until we get the last dialogue box of the epilogue. Oh, here's a funny little optimization. The character in the back of the party there says a line of dialogue. And I switched to Bleu because Bleu's is shorter than the others by a significant amount. And it's worth actually taking a second to shuffle the party to get the faster dialogue. Optimization. It saves me like 20 frames max. It's not a big deal. Heck yeah, worth it. Oh, I do not aspire to run at a GDQ. Like, maybe as a an online thing on their channel, but no, going to a GDQ event in person does not interest me in the slightest. Yeah. But to answer the question that you cared about, rather than the actual one on the text, this is basically the only game I know how to speedrun. Also, the GDQ certainly never at a live event, and very rarely even for online things on their channel, they rarely go for games this long. Yo, Brother Darkness! I'm afraid you're coming in right at the end, but good to see you. GDQ rarely does these very long RPG speedruns, and especially not for ones that aren't super famous. Like, they'll very occasionally do like a late night FF7 thing, but I think Andy was once invited to do an online showcase of Breath of Fire 2 on the GDQ channel, and that's it. In all of recorded history that I know of. So I do not expect to be asked, and in any case, I don't want to go to an in-person event. There are RPG-friendly marathons that are not GDQ, though. So, Questing for Glory is a yearly speedrunning event that focuses on RPG speedruns, which I have played in, I think, 3 times. And Really, Really Longathon is a 2 to 4 times a year speedrunning event that focuses on very long speedruns, which is run by Zell and Frosty, who are just the coolest people, and Questing for Glory is run by High Spirits, who is also the coolest people. I love Really Longathon, and I have either run in or had my tasks used as filler in almost every Really Longathon event. I think I've missed 2. Maybe 3. But I have definitely submitted and been accepted to run Breath of Fire 2 some or other category in over half the Really Longathon events, and I'm very proud of that. I always look forward to those events. They're a fantastic time, and the Really Longathon events, usually I'm playing for like 300 to 500 people, and Questing for Glory is 1,000-ish, usually. So it's a pretty sizable audience. And bigger than that, you can't interact with Twitch chat anyway. Like, if there's 20,000 people in chat, how are you supposed to hold a conversation? So, I actually prefer the smaller speedrun events, which is why I've never submitted anything to a GDQ of any kind. So the short answer is, yes, I played Breath of Fire 2 speedruns in speedrunning marathon events, just not GDQ. Hey, thank you so much, Highborn. Now that I have a recorded video of the updated tasks, I can start updating the tasks again, right? Ugh, not right away, though. I only know of the one improvement. I'm going to need to find a few more before it's actually worth getting my hands in there again. It's so tedious. Like, it's fun. I genuinely enjoy doing it, but it's a lot of work. Because the moment you change one thing, it affects all the RNG values beyond that point, so whatever you change, you then just have to retask the entire rest of the game from that point on. So I let a few improvements build up before I actually commit to it. Oh yeah, those animations are very funny. Alright, And I think it's just a few more screen transitions. The final dialog box is coming up, so I should make sure to not miss the timing. I think it's this dialogue. $432 and change. We are donezo.